So you're on there.
Yeah, make sure Greg's on there. We're gonna watch him.
I'll jump in front of the camera eventually for sure.
Is the camera on? Ready to go? Okay, call the meeting to order, and we'll start out with a pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Lee, if I could make a comment, I think it's been mentioned for planning and zoning and here, being everybody doesn't see who's here, and some people talk. If you're gonna talk on a subject, just say your name. You only have to do it once. Just say, Steve Fettig, want to talk about a nail or whatever. Sure. See a problem with that?
I have no problem with that.
Okay, appreciate it.
There's somebody want to be identified right now?
Well, no,
Okay, I just got curious.
they've just been, like a planning and zoning, people were asking, who's this guy that was talking?
Okay, the agenda for today. Are there any additions we can think of, or subtractions, or anything that's going to change on the agenda? Okay, if not, that's a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved. I'll second it.
Motion and second, all in favor? Aye. And you had a chance to read through the minutes of the.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes for.
We had 3 meetings.
Yeah, it's multiple.
Huh? 5 meetings.
So we did each one individually? Okay.
Unless there's a change to law.
I'll make a motion to approve all the minutes that we have, regular meetings and special meetings that we've had.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Discussion. I've read through all of them. Got a copy of them, so can't see any changes. So all in favor? Aye. Okay, minutes approved. Bills. Somebody explain the bill for Mark Dagley. Why are we paying this bill?
So he does Patty's GIS system currently. And so he gets paid that. He does a PAT program. I'm not 100% sure what that stands for, but the Patty thing. But that's how she gets her land assessments updated into the computer program. I think in September, when we have our meeting, she'll come in and explain, because that's the quote that she gave you guys at the July meeting about the Sidwell company. She wants to.
So that's, well, probably replace.
Possibly.
So is that contracted or is that by the state?
Well, the county contracts with him. She has like a contract with him to do this work. I think he's been doing it for really a long time.
Quite a few years.
Yeah.
Well, I know in the past he had some mistakes on my property, so that had to be corrected.
The Hobbs one, is that's for that tank we've been waiting for, and we did get it
Yep.
finally?
I guess I didn't look, I believe we received a payment, you said for 25,000 from next year for the generator.
Yes.
It wouldn't be on the expenditures, it would be on the revenue sheets. Could we put in general miscellaneous? Could we put in random capital projects, 2860?
2860.
There's the extra ones that we got since.
You know what that is, right?
Give the miscellaneous line of 2860,
Okay.
page 14.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna that's all of that.
And that NDACO, that's normal monthly fee.
Yes, the IT charges, the resources group.
You want them?
Have you guys signed them?
Where's our auto pin?
In my desk, it's only got his name on it.
Here's the one for extras, and here's the one for recycling.
One other thing, the rabies vaccine is down on the other business. You know, Jim had to do the rabies series because he got bit by a cat. Been recommended that we suggest the other deputies get a rabies shot. They still would have to get tested if they got bit. I did order full-length gloves out of my risk manager compliance line, so it didn't come out of their fund. And Jim had occasion to use them already, which saved him from having to go back to ER. So,
So
we can't make them take rabies shots. They should. I don't know how frequent anything like that happens. This is the first time I've had to deal with
I
it.
guess I've never heard of it.
If you handle animals or wildlife, you're supposed to have a rabies vaccine. It's not, you can't make them. It's like the COVID shot, you can't make them do it. You should, unless they want to do the rabies shot. So, you know, it's suggested you should. They still have to get tested if they get
Imagine that's pretty expensive.
some dying. I mean, really, well, how do you judge how expensive it is if you don't get it and you die from rabies? I don't know. It'd be a bigger liability than really paying for it.
I mean, there's some folding chairs right here if you want to. Grab one of these and pull them aside.
I can ask them to do that.
That's all. That's
So
all.
we think everyone in the sheriff's department is going to take the shots then? Is that what you're
I
saying?
don't know if they will or
Suggest.
not. If you can suggest they take it, you can't require it. Just a heads up, the gloves do help.
Yeah.
They were expensive, they were $600 for 5 pairs.
I'm assuming lead poisoning in town probably isn't the way to handle it, but
Well, it is, if you have quiet lead poisoning. You have noisy lead poisoning.
Okay, we've looked at the bills.
you can come in, you can grab one of these chairs here, you wanna sit by Daryl, he's safe.
I just need a motion for the bills.
Yeah, so
I'll second it.
trying to get across it. Need a motion? We have a motion, second. Do we need a roll call vote? All in favor?
I
Motion carried. Pay the bills.
Okay. You need to do that.
Okay.
Renter?
I'm here.
Oh, yeah, oh,
Yeah, it's a crowd today. You guys got
Well, good afternoon.
For those of you that don't know me, I'm Brent X. I'm the executive director with the Lewis and Clark Regional Development Council and Lewis and Clark Development Group out of Mandan, but serving the 10-county area, and some of our programs are statewide. So just wanted to stop in, like I try to get here once a year and talk to you guys about what's going on in the region, what we have going on in our organization, some of the things that came out of the legislature, some opportunities that are out there, and some of the stuff that we're working on, and then open up to any questions that you have. So start off with a couple of things that we still have going. We're still working on I was here last year, we talked about the rural livestock planning grant that we got. That is still in process. They've done 22 counties so far, 17 more counties, which we're part of the next 17 counties that they're working on right now. So you might get a couple calls here in the office for some information and stuff like that. But if you recall, that was the where we're basically there's the plan. You'll get a plan of in your county some good, better, and best locations to put livestock or to do livestock development. Again, some of that stuff is confidential for just you guys to look at. The more detailed information, there'll be some broader information for the public to see about like how many sites are in your county. But when it gets down to the detail, that's going to be confidential. That was actually done by the state when they did this. So, but anyway, we're hoping to have that by the end of the year. We should have that report out to you guys. So I'll probably be back around that time, and we'll come and present it and have some informational meetings on that. The other thing that we still have going that we have funds available for is we have the Meat and Poultry Intermediary Lending Program still. So we still have a couple $1 million of the original allocation that we got at $15 million. That's actually revolving back in. That is the one where if you have like a butcher shop or anything like that, slaughterhouse, things like that, if they want to build, expand, do anything like that, we have low interest money for that. So it's really low interest. If it's anything from like a 10-year term or lower, it's 1.5% interest. If it's a 20-year or 10-year to 20-year, it's 2.5%. And if it's over 20-year term, it's 4%. So in today's rate environment, if somebody wants to build a building, start a butcher shop, or do something or expand, buy equipment, stuff like that, it's really low interest money. So if you have those in your area that are looking at doing that, let us know. Like I said, we still have funds available.
Would a grocery store come into this, or?
If they're going to they would have to be doing some processing of meat somehow. Now, so in a grocery store in and of itself is not, because we can't. One of the things that when the feds came out with this is they can't do production agriculture and it can't do retail. So it can't do a restaurant and a grocery store. But if that grocery store is putting in a portion of that to start processing meat of some sort or whatever, I kind of look at like butcher block. They don't actually, they're not a kill facility down there, but they do process that if they wanted to do that. So basically, it's to expand the availability of process of beef and poultry in the United States. They were trying to diversify the big four, the Tysons and the Hormels of the world, because when COVID hit, they shut down. We had no processing, so that was the intent of it. And so if they're looking at some of that processing and stuff, but speaking of grocery stores, that's my next one I'm going to talk about.
All right, okay.
So in the legislative session, they came out with a new couple of new different grants that they're going to do. I'll pass this around. The first one on there is a Rural Grocery Store Sustainability Grant. And what that is any grocery store that wants to do some expansion, wants to do some energy efficiency stuff, things like that. They're available. There's a grant. The grant application is open right now. It closes about on September 3rd. If they have that, we actually send postcards to every single grocery store in the 10-county region, letting them know that there's out there. So we do have a couple of inquiries on it already. But if you have a grocery store that is looking at doing something, it's not going to pay for buying more inventory. It's not going to pay for routine maintenance, but it will pay for, like, if they want to upgrade their freezer so they have more energy efficient. If they want to expand something, like you said, into like meat processing or something, so they have more opportunities for that kind of stuff would be available. All they gotta do is call our office. We'll walk them through the process. It's actually an online application. It's gonna be pretty quick. It will be competitive. It is a statewide one, but they did set aside funds for that. It is only for smaller communities, so Lake Center and stuff. It's 4,500 or less. So Mandan and Bismarck are not eligible for it. It's designed just for these rural grocery stores to keep them up and going. So that would be a good opportunity for them. It's up to $150,000 grant. It does require a 20% match. That match could come from the owners, from the city, come from us in a loan. It could, in a lot of different ways. We'll find that match if somebody has a project. We'll figure out how to get that match in there, and we'll work with that applicant to do that. So that was one of the big ones that they came up with. The other one that they're still working on that they came up with is a rural catalyst. Again, Lake Center and Oliver County would be eligible for this one as well. This one's a little bit more flexible. Again, it's for only small communities, 4,500 or less. It is only $2.5 million for the entire state, so it's going to be pretty competitive. But what it is it can do a lot of different things. Again, they have grocery stores in this one as well. They have economic and community development initiatives that you want to do. It could be anything as small as paint your fire hydrants, right, if you want to do that. But it could be also doing arts and culture. It could be working on, I know I had a call for, they were looking at doing like tornado shelters. I'm not sure exactly how well that's going to score, but it might be, especially if you're in your parks or whatever, you want to get out there, you want to get more tourism, people moving in there, or not moving in there, but coming in a camp. Maybe a tornado shelter might help, right? So it's just making that case. Now, they have not come out with all the rules on this one. This one's probably going to open up in about October. When it does, and they finalize all the rules and all the eligibility for it, we will definitely be reaching back out to all the county and city auditors, letting them know that this is available. Again, that will run through our office, so we will assist on that. So that's the other thing that the regional that they did, which should be helpful to you guys as well, is at the regional council we've always been really good about somebody calls, they have a project, we say, well, that's really good. Here's a USDA grant that you should go apply for, right? So we're really good about finding it, right? Well, this time the legislature came to us and they said, look, we need to build you guys' capacity. So they actually funded all of the 8 regional councils with some funds to actually build our capacity to be able to not only just find those grants for you, but to actually help your staff or help your communities actually go and apply for that, right? So taking that next step. So it's one thing to find it. It's another thing to find the 8 to 10 to 12 hours to actually make that application, fill out all the paperwork, make sure it's everything there. So now we're going to be able to help them with that. So if you have a project, like I know, like I said, back in the day, we helped you guys with your swimming pool, right? And you guys applied for the grant and did all that. Well, we can actually help you. And so your staff is not taking up 8, 10, 12 hours. Now, they're going to still have to help, of course. They're going to still have to help on it. And so they'll be able to contact us. We will help them walk through that process. And then at the back end of it, once the grant is out there, we'll help to make sure they maintain it, get that eligibility stuff and all the paperwork in. So they can finalize and close out that grant, right? Because you don't ever want to have that clawed back. So that's going to be coming out of our office as well. I'm actually hiring a resource development director for our office, and that will be the main point of contact. So when that person is hired, obviously we'll be getting that news out to you guys as well, so that you can get out there and talk about that. So I think you guys sent it. If you didn't in the packet, I think if not, I think it was emailed. I think, but if not, I'll give you my usual. This is just the usual one that I have. It talks a little bit about what we've done in the community. It talks a little bit about how we've been funded. If you look, obviously one of our big ones that we've done is that legendary lease. We did that back in 2020. And so we do have funds available. We still have our regular, all of our revolving loan funds that we've always had that can help in the community as we have that, but we've been expanding that a lot. The last thing I want to talk about is I know that one of the things that the legislature did that's not really popular among the counties is the 3% cap on what you guys can spend or how you can increase. And so when that happened, we went back to, I went back to the board and said, is there anything that we can do? And if you recall, we've always based our county dues on the mill levy, right? And so the first 40 years or so, it was always at 0.2 mil. And then back in 09, in 2010, in the economic crisis, we dropped that to 0.15, right? So we went back to them this time going, I know you guys are, obviously, it might not be immediate, but down the road, it's gonna probably affect you guys a little bit more as your counties grow and stuff like that. So they did decide to reduce the dues to 0.125 mil. So your dues this year are actually gonna go down. Last year, I think you guys paid $2,460, and this year your dues are gonna be $2,028. So it's about a $500 decrease in your dues. And we'll keep that 0.125 until the board tells me differently. So we would like to, we view you guys as a partnership in doing this stuff, that we need to work with you guys. We'll tighten our belts a little bit. You know, if you recall, we use those dues so that we can match a lot of the different federal funding, different sources that we get to be able to provide free technical assistance to the businesses and the communities, right? So between some of the funds that we got from the state and and as we've been growing, we were able to still maintain that. We still need to have it so that we can still match that stuff, but we're able to do that. So we did reduce those dues. So that's what I got. So I'm open to any questions that you guys might have. And what's going on, what I'm seeing, anything.
So, been working with the mayor. Only been in touch, I called Alan Huber also. And we were looking at possibly leasing the old Dollar General building. But the lease is gonna be out of hand. Bronson Super Value would be interested in coming in and working. You'd go online, order your groceries, they would bring it 3 days a week, and you'd put it in lockers, refrigerated and non-refrigerated.
Mm-hmm.
But the building is a problem. And so maybe Brent will put up a building for us and put senior housing above it. And then we'd have a building for that.
We can help somebody, we're lenders, but we certainly would be willing to, if somebody wanted to do that lease and they wanted to do the build out. So that type of stuff is all the stuff that we can actually participate in as far as lending into that. We've actually worked with Bronson's before when they were both in Beulah and in Bowman, so we're familiar with them. One of the things that's interesting, like that MPILP thing, if they need to have trucks to truck it from Bowman so if they get it all delivered to Beulah and they need to truck it, it actually qualified under that MPILP, those trucks will, because that's part of the food chain stuff. So the actual store itself wouldn't qualify, but trucking the food back and forth, if they're putting in like a facility, like a warehousing facility, where they would have like a big refrigerated building or whatever, so they could do it to that building would qualify, right? So that's because it's not retail. So yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I think we did the SBA 504 with them when they expanded down to Bowman. So they're familiar with us, but absolutely, as you're having those conversations, have them contact us, because we definitely have more and more programs all the time that can fit in there. Same a little bit of interest, right? We do the flex-based buy down too. So if they go to the bank, like we're not here to compete with banks, so they go across the street there to Security First and they get a loan, and that loan's at 7%. We can be the community share, we can participate with the community on the community share to buy down that interest rate for them as well. So we have a lot of options for stuff like that. But yeah, they absolutely should be giving us a holler.
Good information.
All right.
Appreciate it. Appreciate you sharing it.
Phone call's always free, so if you have anything coming up, give us a call. Okay, thank you guys.
Jonathan, next on our agenda here. Join us up, Rick.
Good afternoon. Jonathan Fortner, Interim President and CEO of the Lake Night Energy Council. Wanted to come out and one, introduce myself to you all, and then two, provide you with a update on kind of where the industry is at and where we're at also with both federal and state activity. So I've got a couple of handouts here I want to provide you with first. Okay, and then I've got the first document is slides that I'll kind of be presenting off to you, so I'll just kind of explain them as we go. But so just want to quick give you an overview of kind of who the Lignite Energy Council is. We just celebrated our 50th anniversary last summer as a trade association representing the mines, the power plants, contractor suppliers of the lignite industry here in North Dakota. Our primary objective is to maintain a viable lignite coal industry and enhance the development of the region's lignite coal resources to generate electricity, synthetic natural gas, and valuable byproducts. Some of the reliable energy that we obviously bring to the region, I think our first commercial coal plant was in 1966 with William Lynn Olds over in Mercer County. We currently have 5 commercial plants that are operating, 7th most coal in the nation, mining between 25 and 30 million tons on an annual basis. When you do it at that rate, what we've seen with the geologic surveys, there's about an 800-year supply of coal here in North Dakota. So we have plans to be around a long time to make sure we use all that. It's the second largest lignite deposit in the world. About 80% of the lignite coal that we mine annually goes to generate affordable and reliable electricity, which serves over 2 million people in the region. And with that, because we're mine mouth facilities, all of our power plants have a mine right next door, so we've virtually eliminated any shipping costs. That allows us to be either number 1 or 2 on any given year of the lowest residential electricity rates in the country. So something we're really proud of. The industry by the numbers, every couple of years we do an economic impact study. NDSU kind of runs the numbers for us. Over $5.5 billion in gross business volume and economic impact in the region, provides around 12,000 direct and indirect jobs, more than $100 million in state, county, and local tax revenues. And then with that, we're one of 4 states that have never violated federal ambient air regulation. So we're proud of that. So the air is clean, and then also we're one of the first states in the country that was doing land reclamation. We've done over 26,000 acres of mine land, and I'm sure you all know, and we love to take policymakers and others out there, and we say, as we're taking them on a bus for a mine tour, we say on one side of the road we've mined, and on the other side we have not. Nobody ever gets it right to know which side is which, and that's just a testament to the work the industry does. More importantly, what we do in Oliver County. I have a slide on that. So what our information tells us is Oliver County has the highest average annual wage of $98,000. Largely that's due, Minn Kota and both BNI provide over 50% of all the jobs here in Oliver County. It's a long-term resource, as I said. While the state has about an 800-year supply, here in Oliver County around the center mine, they've got enough for about 100 years of mining operations. And because we've got decades of investment with the mine, the plant, everything that's there, it's set up for the long haul, not only to continue what they're doing, but there are growth opportunities as well for investments in new infrastructure that would create more jobs and grow county revenues. Switching over, and stop me at any point if there's any questions that come up.
If I could, you've got all the county at 98,000. I'd say at least 80% leaves the county though. Its wages go to Bismarck or to all the other counties, employees that don't live in Oliver County. Right? That wasn't as part of this.
Correct.
That's just what was coming out of the.
That's right.
Okay.
So I think everyone's aware there's a huge shift in the federal policies that are happening under the Trump administration. On the day that he was sworn into office, there was over 200 executive orders that were signed. Many of those were to help the coal industry and kind of stop what was happening under the administration beforehand. A month or two later, there was a day, I don't think that coal has ever seen a day like this, in the White House where they had miners up there with hard hats on, and Trump signed a whole nother batch of executive orders specifically to help coal. And really the summary of what he was trying to do is, one, a revival for the industry, to remove federal and state barriers, increasing leasing exports, and redefining coal as a strategical critical resource. Grid security, to make sure that the grid remains reliable in the future. There's a lot of demand growth that's out there, whether it's from artificial intelligence, electric vehicles, cloud computing, data centers, we're just seeing a lot of growth that's there, and every one of those opportunities needs a stable and reliable baseload resource, which would be gas, coal, wind, or gas, coal, nuclear, because you can dial up the fuel source, right? The other resources are intermittent and more dependent upon the weather. So we're seeing more and more focus from the federal level, which is long overdue in our minds. And then also to try and make sure that federal energy supremacy, we don't have one state passing a law as we're currently seeing with Minnesota, setting their policies that then affect what we're doing over in North Dakota. So the federal government's trying to oversee that and say, hey, wait a second, there's a bigger objectives here at play. We don't want the states impacting each other. EPA rules, there was a whole slew of those that happened during the Biden administration. One of those was we already operate under a mercury and air toxic standards rule known as the MATS rule. There's been a lot of money invested to meet that regulation level. They went and tripled what they were trying to do, which was not achievable. There's no new emission control technology that's out there that you could even meet the standards that are there. So industry filed opposition to that in the public comments. We filed lawsuits. State of North Dakota and other states filed as well. There's about 25 of them altogether. Those went through the courts. They kind of reached the spot where they were put into abeyance, both this one and the greenhouse gas rule, which we'll talk about next. Put into abeyance, knowing a new EPA was coming in, signals that EPA was going to reverse, where those rules were going. We have seen those proposals come out to reverse them. The public comment period just ended within this last week for both of those rules, so we're hopeful on where they go. It's not to say that we're not going to continue to operate under the regulations, but it's regulations that can be met. It's not something that's designed to just shut down industry or make the cost so heavy that the power plants just won't get the investment that they've seen. Greenhouse gas rule was a rule, also known as the carbon rule, that was trying to mandate that by date certain of 2032 that every coal existing gas plant in the country would have to have carbon capture technology on it or shut down. While our industry is obviously interested in carbon capture for a host of different reasons, this was a one-size-fits-all, top-down driven rule that just was in no way was this reality where every plant could do this. They don't have the geology, the materials aren't there, the workforce isn't there, so that rule is in the works of being rolled back as well. Regional haze rule is another rule where there is a 60-year plan that's out there to reduce regional haze in federal lands. So here it's Lost Wood and Teddy Roosevelt's federal state national park. We are already below where we're supposed to be in every 10-year period. The state's supposed to put in plans. They were not on the same page as where the feds were, so that is being worked out right now too, where the federal gets to set the policy, but the state gets to put the plan together to try and meet that policy. They weren't communicating like they should in true cooperative federalism fashion. That is now being reversed as well. And then also EPA just approved North Dakota's coal ash, or the CCR program, which they've been doing for a long time, and EPA was trying to usurp some of the activity.
Where's that Lost Wood? What area is that?
Lost Wood is up kind of northwest. Up here, it's a smaller kind of grassland or wildlife refuge.
In the northwest part of the state?
More go Minot and then go west a little bit.
Okay.
It's small. I didn't know it existed either. Okay, then switching over into what Congress is doing. So you've heard about the big beautiful bill, which is the reconciliation package that went through. There are a number of things. This is tax and spend policy is what they were limited to. So there are about 7 things in there that were helpful for the industry. One was that there's a lot of federal minerals in the state of North Dakota where the landowner has federal minerals underneath them, and where the landowner may want to go into a deal with the industry to have those minerals mined. If the federal government owns them, they can block them from that happening, and then the landowner doesn't receive any royalties from leasing anything. So while the acceleration of coal leasing, which was number 2, I think BNI in the past 10 years or so, this has been resolved, but they had a federal mine permit that was out for approval and it sat there basically in purgatory, let's say for 10 years where they never got a response from the federal government on, is this good, is it bad, do we need to change it? It just kind of went into this black hole and didn't come back out. It was finally approved before the end of the Biden administration, but that's an example of now there's a rule that the Interior Secretary has 90 days to act on when that permit is put in. That helps industry kind of stay on target. The federal royalty rate was reduced from 12.5% to 7%, which was attempting to spur more leases and more activity and investment in those lands, where before you were kind of getting pushed out by the way they were doing it. So that opens up about 4 million additional acres of federal land across the country. It's removing some regulatory barriers that were out there, and then also two big things that kind of help us from a more financial standpoint is both the 45Y and the 48E tax credits for wind and solar have been going on for many decades. It impacted us in a negative way in the marketplace, where there's $27 per megawatt hour tied to inflation that the wind industry got to operate into the marketplace. We have nothing against wind, but that puts us at a disadvantage where it costs us anywhere between $30 and $40 a megawatt hour to produce our electricity. We don't get any value, let's say, for the attributes that we provide on having a fuel source that for 3 weeks is sitting right next to our plant. No matter what happens, that fuel can continue to come in and it provides reliability to the grid. So that is being kind of balanced out here in the near future. And the other thing that happened is for carbon capture, there's been a lot of talk about sequestration. Federal policy had given a advantage to sequester for $85 a ton versus using captured CO2 off an industrial source at about $60 or $65 a ton. They went and made that parity is what they're calling it. So they're both at $85 a ton. So whether you use that to produce more oil or sequester it, it's the same amount. So hoping that that will spur more investment from the oil industry to invest in that technology. And here in North Dakota, 52% of all of the state revenues come from the oil industry, right? That goes into the general fund. And there's more than that goes into the legacy fund and other places. But the EERC and others are looking at that saying after a certain amount of years into the future, that's going to start to go into terminal decline. They need to have more CO2. In this state, we're about 30 million tons a year. They need about 100 to fully do what they want to do on an annual basis. So we're looking over the horizon to hopefully help keep those tax revenues flowing, get more investments in the plants, provide more tax revenue to the counties in the state as well. So those were all positive things that happened. We're expecting that there'll be more activity in the near future to strengthen the electric grid. Critical minerals was a bill I'll talk about when we get over into the North Dakota side of this presentation. The belief is that, it's a fact that China, 95% of the world's supply of critical minerals that goes into national defense technology, into MRI machines, and a whole host of things that people use, cell phones, 95% of that is controlled by China. They've shut off exports for brief periods of time here in the last couple of years. It's a national defense issue, national security issue. We have it in our coal, the Lignite Research Council. We've been doing a lot of research on that. As I said, we've got an 800-year supply. We have existing operations. Mining that coal, you just take another truck or two of that and drop it at a different facility where they can start producing this. But there's no domestic production that's happening right now. So what we're looking to see is whether Department of Defense or Interior has some contracts that kind of help set what that market would be. And then hopefully over the horizon, we'll see more on that, but we're expecting that to come and then seeing more efforts on EOR for enhanced oil recovery as well. I'll stop there if there's any questions on federal.
Just on this recovery of the precious metals and minerals, are they experimenting or processing it out of ash or just out of lignite?
Yeah, so there's two ways you can do it. You can do it pre-combustion, so you take our coal, and lignite coal is the softest coal that's out there, and so there is a chemical process that you can strip those minerals out on the front end. I think it's a little bit more cost effective and easy to do it on that side of things. versus then if you run it through the power plant, you've got ash. There's a chemical process, you can do it there, it's more concentrated. But it's what our research is showing us right now. We're invested in projects with the EERC up at UND. They're saying it's probably more favorable to do it pre-combustion.
Where do you think that's gonna go as far as, the landowner minimum rates? That's probably gonna end up in court?
Well, I have a bill
Okay.
that we can talk about here in the North Dakota spot, and I'll get back to your question. So a couple things that's happening at the state level. So one, term limits were passed. It's in the Constitution now that if you are a state legislator, you get to serve 2 4-year terms. So that limits you to 8 years. In North Dakota, we have a legislative session every other year, so that's 4 sessions. Not saying whether that's good or bad, from a political sense, but what we're seeing is a lot of institutional knowledge of people that have been around and they know specifically our industry. They understand what goes into it. I mean, energy production is very complicated. It took me 2 years of every day being on the job, to kind of learn how we operate. And when you're a legislator, you're dealing with all things from all angles and drinking from a fire hose. It takes you a couple sessions to kind of understand where the committee hearing room is, where the bathroom is, what are we doing here, kind of thing. So it's slowly kind of turning over, and so we're just seeing, a different mindset coming in, but also just trying to have to continually provide education and opportunity to kind of see, because people, when they think of coal, it's some vision they've seen in the mainstream media, like the dark sky from smoke, underground mining, and when you come out and see our facilities, it's the exact opposite of what that is. So a lot of that, so we'll see term limits continue to have an effect. At a certain point, it's possible where all of the legislators, whether you are the speaker, a leader, a committee chair, or just kind of rank and file, let's call it, everybody could be new. And who knows, why did we pass this bill the way it was? Why is the policy the way it was? You're just losing a lot of that institutional knowledge, which is a concern from a lot of different folks. But it's just shifting. We'll kind of see where that shakes out, which is something to be aware of as you're watching from a distance at what's happening at the Capitol. One of the bills that we passed was kind of our main priority was House Bill 1279. It was a coal conversion tax exemption bill. Back in the year, let's call it 2020, when Coal Creek Station was on the ropes, there was an announced closure. There was a lot of interest from the federal delegation to the governor to the legislature and the industry of what can we do to help prevent that closure. A lot of what you see that happens with the state government is there are loan or grant opportunities or research funding or tax policy. Basically, there's no, the government writes a check and just gives it to industry. That's not how any of that works. So as we were looking at it, the biggest problem we had was the economics of the plant in a market that we felt was skewed. So looking across all of the different options, coal conversion is when there's 2 taxes that we pay as an industry. One is when you sever the tax from the ground. There's a tax that we pay, 37.5 cents per ton, that gets broken down into a bunch of different areas. That largely goes to counties. That has not been touched at all. This tax goes, this is when you convert the coal into electricity. 85% of the total tax would go to the state general fund. And would just go in the main pool could be spent on anything. 15% of that will go to the counties, and then there's a matching 5% that would go to the Lignite Research Council. Back in 2021, this bill was first passed with a 5-year exemption from only the general fund for the state. The county dollars remained held harmless. Over those years, what it did was lower the cost to operate the coal plant, allowed us to be in the market more days than not as a result of that lower cost, and it gave us the ability to invest more dollars in the plant and just kind of keep that going. Over time, we saw about from 2022 to about 2024 time range. This is in the red book from the tax commissioner. I can follow up and provide you that if I don't have it in my bag. The overall dollars that went to the 3 coal counties went up by over $1 million total as a result. So it's kind of one of those, tax policy questions of if you tax something more, you get less of it. If you tax it less, you're bound to get more production. And that's what we saw happen. So as we came into the 2025 session, That bill was set to sunset and the tax was gonna go back on. As we worked on it, what ended up having was a 5-year extension of that tax, again, only from the state general fund. It did not impact the county revenues in any way, or the Lignite Research Fund as well. So that exemption was there, it goes to 2031, which was critical for us to continue to evolve under the changing landscape where things look to be better. But you know, every time there's an election, obviously the finances change, science magically changes somehow. We've never quite figured that out. But it gives us a little bit more certainty, and what we're seeing across the country is states that are invested in their coal facilities, those facilities remain. The states where they don't do that, those are the ones that have been retiring. So without everybody's help to make this happen, we would have seen a different outcome. To critical minerals. So 1459 was a critical minerals bill. And we have current operations today where for decades, the industry goes out, they say, we're gonna mine this area. They go out and meet with the landowners, and there's a process that takes place to sign a lease agreement that says, we're gonna mine this amount of coal over this amount of years. It goes into a bond, everything gets reclaimed, and there's just the way it does it. But we've been mining the coal. When you look at what the language says from 1970s or so, it's everything within that seam of coal from top to bottom is part of that lease. As we went to move forward, all of the research and development that's been happening on critical minerals, there was a little bit of a perceived gray area of what does that mean, what's in there. Well, if you read what the legislative history says, it was very clear. If you read what the law says, it was clear as well, but there were a couple of different judicial opinions of how those were interpreted case by case, depending on what the exact lease language was, who the judge was, what was at stake. So while this opportunity exists, there's no state in the country that has legislation because this hasn't been a domestic process or industry at this point. So what the industry went out and did, state did as well, as to say, if we know we have this small window of, let's call it 2 years under a Trump administration with congressional support, his party's in charge, how do we make sure that when those opportunities come down from the Department of Defense, Interior, wherever that North Dakota is sitting here, ready and waiting to go? And where are the investment dollars going to end up? So this bill was passed that helped make sure that the fast tracking for the permitting could happen. It clarified the ownership of critical minerals do exist in those coal leases, so it was the legislature making clear that that was always the intent. That would help reduce the risk for folks to invest, and then it provides 2.5% of the gross profits of the critical mineral proceeds back to the mineral holder. So that is something where if you're gonna set up a business, you need to know what the input costs are gonna be, right? One of those input costs is, okay, well, what is the landowner, what's the rate? Well, if this hasn't been done in the country, it's hard to say. So if I went out to you as landowner and I said, well, hey, I think you've got critical minerals, I don't know what you have until I dig them up. You don't know, I don't know, nobody knows. Okay, well, if I don't know what we have, well, what's the market rate? Well, we don't know that either. Right? So basically we'd sit at a stalemate, and there's thousands of these contracts that are out there. What this tried to do is say, hey, let's put a floor in so at least the investment can come. Somebody's going to start building a facility, and as folks go out and try and get these leases and work with the landowners or whatever, there's a floor here that can be changed, can be agreed to in a different way. Legislature can come back and go, wow, this is a booming industry, that's way too low. Or they can come back and go, actually, that seems about the right place compared to what other states are now doing. But it tried to just set up a framework where we can try and get this off the ground. That answers your question. Is there potential for lawsuits? I mean, there's potential for any time the legislature is done if people don't like what's there. But it's, first somebody has to have some harm and show that they've been injured in some way. Critical minerals have not been mined. I mean, it's in the coal, it's in the ash as it stands today, but nobody has gone out and commercially produced them. That has not happened yet. So we'll see where that goes, but huge opportunity for the state, for the country. Again, it's national security, something that's pretty exciting. And North Dakota could play a big role in that. Another bill is 1592, was the Lignite Research Council policy bill. It just updated a lot of the language. The NDIC funding bill in there's $4.5 million to help the industry do research, development, and marketing. It's all supported by the severance and conversion taxes, goes into different projects. And then the state last session and the session prior took $3 million of general fund dollars, provided it in lignite litigation. They did it also for oil and gas, $3 million for them. And that funded just the state being involved in those lawsuits. Because there are places where the state has a better argument and standing, challenging what the federal government is doing. And there's another place where the industry would have our own legal challenge and standing. And these were going on two separate tracks. When it ends up with the Supreme Court, a lot of times those get bundled together. That's worked before West Virginia versus EPA. If you'll remember back from, I think, 2022 or 2023, there was a challenge there where EPA was way beyond the bounds of what Congress had granted them. And the courts agreed and kind of pushed back and said, unless Congress specifically authorizes you to do this activity, you can't just do it. So there'll be more of those coming, but that's another way that the state's invested. Got a couple slides left here. Future of the industry. We get asked this a lot. Lignite Research Council is a big part of what we do, where we're always testing what are new uses of coal. Right now, there are projects out there that you can build building materials out of it. So you can make like asphalt shingles, you can make that out of coal. There are concrete blocks that you can make out of coal. Those are fire resistant. They're lighter than concrete. There's just a bunch of different. There's concrete. There's coal tar. There's coal pitch. There's just a lot of different things that are out there that are kind of they're the ingredients to make a whole lot of different things. So we're excited about that. We've got an opportunity right now. We've got 3.5 years of the Trump administration and his all the federal agencies, and so we've got an opportunity right now. And this president has embraced coal like no other before him, which is exciting. So we really need to push and get everything we can moving now. Every time the pendulum swings back and forth between who's in the White House, it's either we're getting forced to shut down or facing that and spending, I think on these last EPA rules, industry in a 2-year period between what the LEC and what our member companies spent was about $5 million in legal bills. And that doesn't account for the $3 million that the state spent on top of it. So that's what we are up against. And so now we've got this opportunity, whether that's critical minerals, whether it's large load customers, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, data centers, whether it's carbon capture facilities and other value-added opportunities. It's just something that's exciting. We're still taking a look at what all that means. Right now, and this was part of when we went through session with the tax bill, trying to figure out as the trend line. So back in the year 2000, we were mining 32 million tons of coal a year. We're now down to 25, right? And that's largely due to federal regulations, marketplace pressures, those things. Hopefully those shift back. Demand is also increasing from these other opportunities I spoke to you about. So what we've got right now is a white paper that the EERC and NDSU is putting together. It should be done hopefully by the end of this month. It will take a look at the trend lines from the county level, the revenues that come from the lignite industry. What does that look like over the last 25 years? What's the current trend? And then what's the possibilities that if there are any of these new opportunities that come to coal country and say want to co-locate next to a coal plant, what does that do to mine more tons of coal, which produces more tax revenue to the county through the severance tax, to burn more tons of coal, to produce more electricity, to feed that facility, comes back to the county and through the conversion tax. And so, not tied to any one project. I'm not here to pitch a project to you at all, but just to kind of be able to say what's in it for the county when these projects come. What kind of money are we talking, right? You hear a lot about what the concerns are with something, but you need to hear the other side of the ledger too of here are the benefits. And I think the one thing, that you're all for sure aware of is the 3% cap on property taxes that the legislature just passed, right? So, I mean, every county across the state is gonna be looking for how do we offset these rising costs and how do we grow and how do we do all of that. You know, for 50 years, coal industry's been here. We're a partnership with the county. We want to continue to be a partner with the county. And we think we'll probably in the near future have some opportunities, but want to be able to come back and just say, hey, there's been some numbers ran by a third party. Here's what they look like. If there are questions, we can take them back and further study them. But just want to make you aware that that's something that'll be coming out, and I'll reach out when I have that and I can come back and we can present that to you all when the time comes. Any questions, anything I provided? I know I just dumped a lot of information on you, but you know, like I said, I just want to make sure that, you know, a name and a face. I'm a resource if there's ever questions. I think I dropped off a while back. There were some booklets we had produced, kind of binders that had, you know, kind of an encyclopedia of the lignite industry. But if there's ever a question or concern, feel free to reach out. You know, we've got Minnesota and BNI here obviously as well, but we're a resource.
Did you bring cards along?
I've got some in my and then we are, I presented to McLean County a couple weeks ago. I'm presenting to Mercer next week. So just trying to get out and make the rounds and be present. If there's anything we can do to help, please let us know.
Appreciate you coming in, John.
Sure.
And giving the information.
My information is on the back of that at the bottom. There's my phone number and my email. So, excellent. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next on our agenda, county park board meeting.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
My name is Darrell Hyde, Randy Schmittmeyer on the Oliver County Park Board. Have solemn meeting in order.
Yes, what we'll do, we'll recess our commissioner meeting and we'll let you call in case you get a park board to order.
Okay. Oliver here is disperse funds. The first one is Oliver County Fair Board requested $500 for stiffy bits.
I have an updated request from the Fair Board. They increased it yesterday and they gave us the letter, so they're actually now requesting 1,000.
Okay.
So there you go.
Okay, the Oliver County Fair Board is requesting $1,000 for the cost of toilets that were used during the 2025 fair. So is there any discussion?
You budgeted for the year, what, 2,500?
2,500.
So as far as 1,000, we'd have no problem.
No, it's,
Well, I guess we've always given 500 for the last 20 years. I guess I'd like to see continue that. But, you know, there's always something comes up with other parks, like, you know, we've got the gun club, we've got the Hensler Park, that we've always helped if they'd come forward, so.
is there a vote?
Do you have any bills besides?
Yep, two more.
Two more.
Yeah.
Okay, before we make decisions, we should hear
Oh,
all
no, it's just one more. Not good.
of it. Okay.
It's for the Center Parks and Rec for $500,
That's for summer rec.
summer rec.
We've done that for the last probably 15 years.
So, that one just went up to, I went up to 1,000. Well, between the two, we got $2,000. So do we have a vote on the first one or more discussion?
We may have to cut down on if, let's hear the total amount first.
Well, that's, yeah.
Yeah.
Fine. I guess I can't hold it to
1,000
what
apiece or
they
500. I guess I'll make a motion to give 500 apiece this year to summer rec and for the fair board for toilets.
I'll second that. Okay, we have a motion and a second on that. Hearing more discussion. So I guess my discussion was what's the total? How much are you asking for total?
Well, the President of Summer Rec is just requested 1,000 and the Fair Board requested 1,000.
I thought there was one more, you said.
You got any more? No, it was a supplement to one of them in the Fair Board, so there's just the two of them.
They're within budget. Right? Yeah.
So is there, I mean, my discussion, I guess, is there any reason why we can't get them the full amount they request?
Well, I guess, thing is they come back in the fall, we've done that before.
Okay, they
You know,
have
if
enough
there's
to-
money left over, we've always done that, and I know the school has always come for, playground equipment. You know, there's been, every once in a while, different requests, so, you know,
Okay.
we'll have 1,500 left over after this motion at 500 each, and then they can request in the fall.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, okay, we have a motion and a second, all in favor? Aye.
Done.
Thank you. Adjourn the meeting, Joe. Go ahead.
Okay, during the meeting, we'll call the regular meeting back into session. Okay. Western Dakota Energy Association, Allison Ritter.
I think they stepped out.
Is she here?
Yeah, she's here.
And John.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, I was talking to Jonathan.
Okay, we'll just call in Allison.
Yeah, you went quick.
Is John going to join you here? or-
No. We were just conversing.
Okay.
Yes. How are you all today? Thanks for having me. My name is Allison Ritter. I'm the new executive director for the Western Dakota Energy Association. Part of the reason for my visit is very similar to Jonathan's. It's just to get out here in front of you all and have a face to go with the name. I've been the new executive director since July 1st. Most of you probably know who I'm succeeding, Jeff Simon. He let me know he was out here in December. I think he said it was about 4 below when he was out here last time. So it's not quite that today, thankfully. But Jeff is semi-retired, we are calling it. He's still around to assist with the organization, answer questions, but for the most part, I am taking over as executive director. I started with the organization at the beginning of April, so the very tail end of session, and got to see everything that the organization was working on for the session. Prior to that, I worked for a contract lobbying company, so I was there at the legislature for almost the entire session. But before becoming a contract lobbyist, I spent 7 years in public relations at an advertising agency in Bismarck. And prior to that, I spent time for 7 years at the state's oil and gas division working under Lynn Helms during the rise of the Bakken from about 2011 to 2018. What brought me to North Dakota, however, was working at a television station in Bismarck. And so the joke that I've been telling people is that when I started at KFYR TV, I made it very clear I was going to be here 2 years, and that was it. And next May it'll be 20. So I have made my life here. My husband and I have 2 kids who are in middle school. And really my background with being in journalism, oil and gas, and public relations have served me very well to bring me to this point in my career. And so I wanted to come here and say hello, meet you all just like Jonathan is doing, and just talk to you a little bit about what our organization does. You guys have been members, and we do appreciate you being members. We are the Western Dakota Energy Association, and typically people think of that as oil and gas. But of course, the Coal Conversion Counties Association is under the umbrella of the Western Dakota Energy Association. So I am the registered lobbyist for the Coal Conversion Counties. And you saw John Phillips, he had to run to Fargo, I guess, so he can't stay the whole time. But John is on our board as the representation from the Coal Conversion Counties, along with Nick Hamish, who's the superintendent in Garrison. So our organization represents county, cities, and schools in oil and gas and coal producing counties, of which you are a member. I'll pause to see if you have any questions about my background or what the organization does before I move on.
Continue.
Okay, well, one of the things that our organization does and is kind of known for is our weekly e-newsletter. It comes out on Fridays. Not sure if you're subscribed. I hope you all are. If you'd like to be subscribed, there is a QR code on the back of my business card. You can scan that, sign up for our newsletter. The reason I'm asking if you've been a subscriber to our newsletter, because I chuckled, you had a gentleman up here earlier who talked to you about the rural grocery store grants that are available. We've had that in our newsletter. We took it out last week, but it was there for a good 3 weeks. We provide energy information to our members, to counties, anybody who wants to subscribe really. And it's considered one of the most in-depth energy publications that you're going to get delivered right to your inbox. Most people tell me they love to read it on Saturday morning with their coffee. So it gives you something to read about and have delivered straight to your inbox. I won't cover anything on the legislature because Jonathan just does an absolutely tremendous job with that. But certainly will be present at the 2027 legislature. And Jonathan's right, the turnover and the term limits that are coming, there will be a ton of institutional knowledge that will leave. And so the need to find legislators that are friendly to industry, whether that be oil and gas or coal, is vital because of what those industries do for your county and your communities. Lastly, I would just say that if you haven't attended our annual meeting in the past, I'm extending an invitation to please attend our annual meeting this year. It will be October 8th and 9th in Watford City. I have a tremendous lineup that I have planned. The first day will actually be more focused on coal. So I have Stacey Chider lined up to come talk about all the things that Rainbow Energy Center is doing. I probably should have mentioned when I talked about my background that I worked on as public relations for the Rainbow Energy Center purchase. I helped Stacey and Rainbow Energy Center and in their public relations alongside Great River Energy when that sale occurred. Also helped with the celebration of that plant once it was sold. I have Stacey Chider coming. I've invited the president from Talon Metals, who is working on the rare earth elements facility in Beulah, taking rare earths from Minnesota and mining them in Minnesota, bringing them over here for production. So I've invited him, and then of course have a presentation around rare earth elements. I think rare earth elements are fascinating. They were just starting to be talked about when I worked at the oil and gas division through our geological survey. They were just starting to investigate what the potential was for rare earth elements in our state. And I continue to be fascinated by them. I think our members will be fascinated by them. And then of course we'll have updates from oil and gas industry, education sector, innovations in drilling, things like that. So that's what I have slated. That was all I had to present for you today. I'm happy to be here and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have with me.
So is Shane Gale still involved in that? We had a meeting with him a year ago, not quite.
Yep.
Involved in
The rare earth mineral.
so Shane, I don't know that he was involved in rare earths. I know at one point Shane was involved in a hydrogen project. But Shane actually is I've worked for him at Dakota Strategies. He's a contract lobbyist. If he is working on rare earths, that was not in my portfolio.
Actually, what I did is line up the meeting for the research
Okay.
committee out of.
Oh, that's
UND.
right, UND. That's right. They were
Research.
doing UND project. That's right. Now that you say that, yes, it was. Wasn't something that we touched in the legislature, but of course Shane and his business partner Don, they were former owners of the advertising agency that I worked at. 2024, they left, started their own public affairs business. When my career path changed in January, they were the first people to call and ask if I would come lobby with them at the session, which I happily obliged. They're two wonderful people to kind of have as mentors. And then, of course, Dave, we met at the Northwest Landowners meeting. Troy Coons, Northwest Landowners. He and I aren't always on the same side of things, but I sure respect Troy, and I think he's a heck of a guy, and have a great relationship with him that I've maintained for the last 14 years.
I appreciate you coming to that too.
Yeah, absolutely. It was great to hear just kind of what concerns are from landowners. One thing that we don't cover yet under the Western Dakota Energy Association, but it's something that I'm closely watching, especially with the One Big Beautiful Bill passing and the advancement of the potential for nuclear power. I know our state is looking at that as far as if and where and how and could it fit. Nuclear is something that I am paying very close attention to, because while it's not under my umbrella now, I'd be silly not to pay attention to it for it to be under the umbrella later. And that, of course, came up, nuclear waste disposal, of course, came up at the landowners meeting.
So as far as this, does the county get something, say, or do we become get this email and then get involved? Or how-
So our last newsletter had all the information, but I'm happy to send it to you all as far as how to register and where you can find information on what our agenda looks like. I hope to post that soon. I'm waiting on 2 more confirmed speakers, and then I should have my lineup fully set. I'm thinking I'm going to know more about my lineup next week.
Lee and I have attended the last couple of years, the annual meeting,
Yes.
and it's
Excellently.
very good information to
Very
have.
good information.
And Jeff has done a tremendous job with this organization. People tell me that I have really big shoes to fill. And while that certainly is true, my response to that is that I'm going to, follow those shoes, but I'm going to create my own path. And there are ways that I want to take the organization. There's new exciting ideas that I have for the organization, one of which being trying to reach a younger audience about the benefits of fossil fuels. Because younger people don't seem to see the benefits. And if you ask them, where does your power come from, they'll point to the light switch and not understand that, even my own kids, they're middle schoolers, but they don't understand how the coal industry works or the oil and gas industry works necessarily. So reaching a younger audience, and how do we do that? Where are the younger audience these days? Social media, right? So using my TV background, how can I reach them on a different platform? And that's YouTube. Not necessarily Facebook, but reaching them on YouTube, possibly TikTok, working on some reels. I've been publishing reels on YouTube, or YouTube Shorts they're actually called, for about a month, and gaining a little bit of traction there. And that's what I'm looking for, is because we need to educate our younger generation on the benefits of fossil fuels and the benefits in the community. The Lignite Energy Council, the Petroleum Council, they do an outstanding job of their teacher seminars. I actually attended the Lignite Energy Council's teacher seminar in June to learn a little bit more, tour the plants, the mines. Got to go to DGC because they teach the teachers, and when they teach the teachers, they're teaching the next generation. The other ways that we can do that is try to reach them where they are, and that is certainly on social media.
Are you gonna be involved with NDON too?
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, you Jeff brought that up. You have one of our Wise Road stations on your land, and for that we're very appreciative. We're still very much working with NDON. Of course, Wise Roads initiative was one of Jeff's brainchilds and one of the success stories of having cameras available in Western North Dakota to see the conditions of the road, so industry doesn't have to shut down necessarily. And then, of course, the load pass system, of which you became members, that just makes sure that we're getting some of that permitting money back to the counties. We manage that as well. So, yeah, NDON is still going to be, and Wise Roads is still very much going to be part of what we do. If you subscribe to the newsletter, the last story of our newsletter every week is the Wise Roads shots of the week. So you can see some pretty cool images from that.
Did you get that, by the way? Rob, you get it?
I'm gonna get signed up.
Oh, very,
Might see my farm.
very good information.
Great, I'm glad to hear you subscribed. That's awesome. That's really great. You may I don't want to give anything away, but you may see a story about Jonathan Fortner appearing before the Oliver County Commission this week in the newsletter. Just saying. Nothing about the Western Dakota Energy Association Executive Director, but I'm guessing there's going to be a story about Jonathan Fortner being.
You think he's a good guy, maybe?
He is, and you know what? He's a wealth of knowledge. That's what I was talking to him out in the hallway. Working with industry, folks like Jonathan, folks like Ron Ness at the Petroleum Council, it's important that I have strong relationships with them, right? May have to work together on bills. He's been there since 2018, so he's a wealth of knowledge and, an obvious supporter of the coal industry, and he's got the coal story down, right? And he tells it very, very well. And so he's certainly someone that can absorb as much as I can from him and work as closely as I can with him. He does a great job.
Anything else?
I think that's good.
Okay, well,
Allison, we appreciate you coming in and sharing the information with us and introducing yourself.
you have my contact information, so of course, if you need anything, have any questions, need me to come back and present on anything, I'm very happy to do so. But really, it's a pleasure to meet you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, B&I, 37th Avenue overpass. Who's in charge?
I've got a few comments here I will make. Wayne is passing out documents. Got one more here, sorry. Jaden. I miscounted. I'm gonna stand. You guys don't mind. I've been here for a while, so
Whatever
hang
you
out back on. You're right here. So today, be nice here to put a request for a culmination of coming around about decades worth of work of permitting our C1 mine area, about 2,600 acre expansion that we had permitted through the state a couple years ago. This really sets up B&I and Minn Kota operationally through the late 2030s. So over the last 10 years, we've worked extensively on this project with landowners, mineral owners, numerous state and federal agencies to secure all the necessary rights to mine this land, basically. So today we're here looking for approval for the overpass to access that land. And that's kind of the last step that we needed to bring together the fruition of this large operation that we've worked on to permit. So specifically for this overpass, we first kind of introduced plans for this back in October last year, 2024, at a commission meeting. Let the commission know that we engaged with Moore Engineering to design an overpass. So throughout the winter then of 2024 and into the spring of 25, B&I worked with Moore Engineering to come up with a design. Then in March of 25, we held a public open house to share early designs that we developed with the community. Based on feedback at that open house, we then refined the designs and then requested a special commission meeting on June 4th to formally collect public comments. Following suggestions from that special commission meeting, we held another stakeholder event on August 5th. To solicit additional public feedback with the goal of arriving at a consensus of the options that we put together. While we did not achieve consensus of which option was preferred at that, we did hear a couple of really clear messages, elements of the two designs that we presented at that meeting that appealed to the public. So the design plan in front of you guys today, which is one of the handouts, has a clearance of 34 feet, which in our previous designs has triggered a permanent bypass for equipment on the south side of the overpass. So addressing the first thing was clearance. The initial proposed one had 37 feet, so we looked at lowering. And then second, I said a permanent bypass was initially planned, and at that last public meeting, we heard concerns around permanent bypass and problems with potential maintenance. So in this design, then we also remove the permanency of that bypass. We would still need that bypass to access with a drag line, but once that drag line would be moved over in that area, we would reclaim the west side of access to that, so there would not be a bypass going around that. We would propose still to maintain the east side, which is on B&I owned land for potential access for potential contractors, but more looking at EMS operations, as it would be a long ways if there would be an incident in there to access that area, having to go through the mine. So along with the designs that are in front of you today, I've also proposed a motion for you guys to adopt. This motion lays out accepting the engineering plans that have been developed alongside the county engineer. It has an acceptance of both parties of the overpass development agreement, which B&I developed, along with the road use agreement that Alder County has. And finally, acceptance of B&I's petition to work with 100 feet outside the right of way that was also requested on June 4th that you guys tabled. So that is our request today. With that, I'll stand for questions. Any questions that you have around this proposed overpass or request today for that motion.
This is a question from Patrick, for that detour bypass road, what he's talking about. Is there anything about snow removal? Cause it's gonna be in there for minimum 8 months?
Likely that bypass road will be there for probably 15 months. It'll be over one winter.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see it.
Snow removal, dust, watering during that period, because there's gonna be a stock tank within 150 feet of that construction.
I think specifically within this construction and maintenance agreement.
That's all in there?
No, it's not.
Oh. I guess I'd like to see it, that we have something in writing stating that, you know, you're gonna have, good quality gravel, so we don't have.
The gravel's called out in there.
You know, the class 13, right, Katie? Is that what we go by? Yeah, I guess we need to.
And some of those things are, I think that was actually in your road use agreement, I believe, isn't it?
And then, I guess the other one would be a signs. You know, being for gonna be, so those that are used to going straight, there'll be a sign, I don't know where you put it, a couple 100 feet before or whatever.
Yeah.
Say a curve or whatever you wanna drive.
And I think too that I think probably sign it, probably put the speed limit, even though it is the city speed limit as a road, probably makes sense as well. So,
Right,
you know, more
and that's where you work with Katie on that.
Yeah.
So, do you have an easement with the dressers?
we have a lease to operate.
You have a lease to operate. But why wouldn't we get an easement? I guess here's what I've written up, just something to think about. I guess I'd like to know why B&I doesn't want to work with the landowners and like that, get an easement, just for good relations. You know, that's a big plus. I've seen a lot of things way before this year and now where things were getting ignored. Landowners, you don't have them, you don't have nothing. And that goes for any project that's gonna come down to the county. And so I don't know why we would wanna make a decision when you guys could be working with the dressers. A little closer, getting an easement, do it the right way, instead of putting us in a point where we're gonna make a decision that could end up probably being a legal matter. And I know you keep saying this, well, we've got a mining lease. Well, I guarantee you, before I'd ever sign another one, there'd be a lot of changes. You know, I'm just on my point. So I think as far as the landowners, what the people elected us to do is to look out for everything like that. And to say, well, we've got a mining lease. What's the hard about getting an easement, working for landowners that are gonna be affected? These dressers are gonna be affected big time, correct? And Jim Jackson's not here, but we've talked about it quite a bit. So, I guess whether we go for it or not, If we don't, I'd be wide open to a special meeting to, after you've, worked with the dressers to get this resolved. I've been all for BNI, we've supported it. I've told Lane and yourself what my dad and mom did for BNI back in the day. We gave up a lot of land for them to build roads with an easement, and, I guess, I'd like to see that continue. And I believe you have something. Is that, oh, this is, okay, I'm just gonna read what Brian gave Jamie. I regret that I'm unable to attend this month's meeting due to work commitments, but I must bring to your attention information that is directly relevant to the proposed Hall Road overpass on bypass on 37. Earlier this year, during an informal community meeting hosted by BNI, I specifically asked whether an easement would be required to relocate a public road on private property. At a subsequent commission meeting, BNI stated that their legal counsel advised them that their co-lease was sufficient and that an easement was not necessary. Given the potential impact of the decision, independent legal counsel. The very first question posed by the attorney was whether BNI had ever bypassed an easement process in the past under similar circumstances. Upon reviewing my family's legal records and historical dealings with BNI, I found clear evidence they have not. In fact, in two separate instances, BNI required easements to relocate a public county road on private property, despite already holding co-leases in affected areas. One easement was granted by my grandparents, Ben and Mabel Dresser, in 1985, and another by my parents, Larry and Mary Dresser, in 1995. These agreements set a definite legal and procedural precedent. A co-lease alone does not replace the need for an easement. I have attached both easements for your review. In the current project, easements would be required not only for the two affected landowners for the bypass road, but also for the relocation of a cattle crossing and approach to allow work within the right of way. Moving forward without securing these easements would be inconsistent with past practice and could invite legal challenges. I strongly urge the county commission to require BNI to obtain all necessary easements before granting any form of project approval. This is not only a matter of fairness to landowners, but also of upholding established legal precedent and protecting the county from future disputes. Thank you for your attention on this matter, Brian Dresser. And I guess Mr. Rose questions on that.
I haven't the slightest idea. I haven't seen the lease agreements that were entered by private parties. I'm not prepared to discuss it. I'm not trying to duck your question. I don't know what the mining lease agreement that they entered into with these individual landowners allows BNI to do or not do, and I don't know anything about the prior easements that were granted. So I can't comment.
Well, with past experience, I know they've worked well with my family. And of course, Randy would be back in the day with his family. But yeah, I guess I just like to see negotiations continue. You guys have been working with me now. How do I say this? Another company in attendance has been slowly trying to work with landowners better. And I'd just like to see that. I'd hate to see us say, yeah, we'll approve this, and the landowners aren't in favor, I guess. But I'd be wide open to meeting tomorrow if we could get the easements and get this going for you. But that's my opinion.
What does it take to get an easement?
There has to be an application to the county for easement, and then it has to be addressed and granted.
Mike, yeah.
Hi everybody, I guess for the record, I'm Mike Hager. I'm the president of BNI Call. Happy to be here in front of all of you. I guess before we move on to the easement question, ultimately we're going to have a very specific request for permission to construct this overpass. Are there any non-easement related concerns that this commission has prior to, that would prevent you from voting in the affirmative on this? And I think it's your meeting, but for efficiency, maybe it makes sense to take care of those before we move on to easements, which I'm fully prepared to discuss.
I do have a quick question for you. Under the maintenance reserve section 3.4, the last conversation I had specifically asked what that number was going to be. And I still see that the proposed agreement that you've given does not list the number for what you intend on having in the.
Did not have the 3 years listed?
Nope, it clearly appears to be a placeholder in here. And so I don't know, do you know what that number is?
That was the one, sorry, I don't have that provision directly in front of me. It's the one pertaining to guarantee, correct?
Yeah, it's the maintenance reserve.
Oh, no, you're talking about you're talking about the reserve fund that we would establish?
Yes.
So, yep, that is in the motion. We say it will be based on total cost of project. So until the project is bid and awarded, then that would be one of the things that would be built in. The same with the road use. I think we have that also in the motion that some of those items will be filled in once they are determined. So right now we wouldn't want to direct a contractor that they would have to use a certain road. Once they have selected the road, then we would put that in the road use to say this is the stretch of road that B&I will make sure that we're maintaining, and that you guys have been asking for surveys ahead of time on road use agreements, so then that's the road that we survey ahead of time to show prove that we're returning in safe condition.
Okay, but you're saying it's not going to be any more than 3% of the estimated construction cost. We just don't know what that amount is at this time.
Is 3% in it? When I said 3, I meant 3 years because I thought there was a.
So in the maintenance reserve, you indicate that you'll establish a maintenance reserve fund to the county. The number's not listed in there, and then there's a sub-note that states that it's allowed to be no more than 3% of total estimated construction cost. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding what's in this document.
Can I ask a question specifically to that fund? You're saying you want us to establish a fund at the county level that you will supply money to, and then we pay the bill. So my office has to maintain that fund?
If you guys don't want to maintain it, we thought we were putting it there as a, hey, if you guys don't think B&I is doing the job, here, pull from that fund. If you guys don't want to maintain that, we will gladly set that up on our own. But we were trying to show that we are committed to this project, that we have money that we will set aside, that if there's something that you guys are not pleased with, you can pull from that fund to correct that problem. We do not believe we are.
But then we'd be responsible for it if somebody hits it or something, or?
No.
I
So,
know we should have talked about it more. We didn't get that far that day, but.
yeah. So basically the idea of this is say you guys are, example on the bridge, there's like a crack going across it and it should be repaired. Yep, county let B&I know that financial responsibility falls upon us. And we said we're committed to that. We don't repair that, then we have set up a fund that you guys can go after. Like here, basically we're trying to put a guarantee in that you can hold B&I liable for this. And this is what that fund would be. If you guys don't have an interest in that, we will gladly just continue to fix things as we have committed in there if you guys don't want a fund established. But we thought this was a very
So in other words, there's a problem with the issue with the bridge. You guys fix it. You don't fix it. The money's there for us to fix it. And of course, that would also lead to other potential civil liabilities attached if you breach the contract.
Yes.
So
no, sure. Yeah. Again, we're trying to be very upfront that we will be financially committed to this.
If I can address you, Mike, to your question. Inevitably, the road's gonna happen, by overpass. But I've questioned this from way back. 2 overpasses within 3 miles, I questioned. And I believe, correct me, but it's the existing one has been hit 3 times by equipment, minimum. maybe 4. You know, so now we're gonna add another one to the whole project, which you guys have raised a little bit, you've definitely widened it, which is a plus. You know, my feelings on, I'd like to see it higher, or, you know, lower, I guess I should say, and that bypass road, but you presented it at the, special meeting, whatever. But, I just got a few more, I guess, things I'd like to see. Like I say, road use agreement, for everybody's attention, I'm gonna pursue down the road that anything that comes in Oliver County from now on, I think the county should request that More Engineering, or whoever our engineering company is representing the county, will do a pre-road inspection. And during a project, say it takes a year, they'll do one in the middle, and then they'll do a post-road inspection. And that will take away the chance of anybody coming in and saying, well, the county's just trying to get more money out of us. More Engineering will be responsible, and they'll come to us with the report. And I don't think it's anything against anybody, it's looking out for the company, because if the road isn't as good, how do I say that, Mark? The road might not have been as good as we expect, but it protects both.
Yep.
And if we have to have somebody come in, I think they should pay for More Engineering to do an inspection. So I'm gonna be adding that. I've been in contact with Jim Jackson to add that down the road, but I guess that's all I'm gonna say for now. Like I say, I know it's gonna happen, but I just wanna look out for us. And the landowners, I guess. And I guess that's pretty evident, some of the landowners are here, I've been trying to look out for them. This is a big one, it takes a while to read. I think this one was out, something of this was out previously, correct?
Yeah, we sent that a couple months ago.
3-4, that maintenance reserve, you understand everything that's in this?
Yeah, I mean, essentially what they're suggesting is that if you believe it's necessary, they're willing to put a certain amount of money into a fund that is under the control of Oliver County as sort of a, I guess, a lack of a better term, a guarantee that the work will be done. Oliver County would be responsible for letting them know that there's maintenance that needs to be done. They will do it. If they don't, we have the maintenance fund to pay for it. But obviously, they would be reticent to not do the repair work because then they would be in breach of contract, which would cause other problems. So I think, I'm not making any statement one way or another, but this frankly seems like a good faith effort on their part to put money aside to assuage any concerns. And I'm not saying they should or shouldn't do that, I'm just making an objective, a subjective observation.
I appreciate the observation.
Yeah, my thoughts are, why wouldn't we go along with that? I can't think of a good reason not to.
My only comment on this one is that we currently have a fund within our sheets for MPC Hall Road Bridge Trust, and nobody seems to know what it's for.
Did you get that information?
I am finding it, I'm looking for it, I have not heard that.
Minn-Kota will be supplying you with something.
Awesome, that's great, because I did reach out to Minn-Kota and ask if they had any idea what this is for, because we have nothing that, it was before I started, before
Between you,
Program
Carly,
started.
and Mike, I think we might have found out the end of it.
that's really good to know, because I don't want it to be a situation where we have a fund sitting here and there's a balance and we don't know what to do with it or what it's for or why it's there. And obviously we have this in here where we know what it's for, but that does fall, the responsibility does fall on my office to make sure that the bills get paid for out of this. It's another account that we have to build into our system.
So do either you see a problem getting an easement with them as far as they feel they need one,
Yeah.
as far as the bypass road up top?
Yeah, happy to talk about the overpass and bypass. I just, before we let I guess Greg off the hook, I just asked, is there any more concerns about the geometry of the actual structure itself that we propose to ask for permission? Okay, I see no questions there. Any other commissioners? Because if there's not, then I can absolutely give you my, I can give you my thoughts on the, on this conversation about easements. So, yesterday afternoon, about 2:30, something like that, we got notification. I think you sent out an updated agenda that just had Brian Dresser letter underneath the B&I portion of the agenda, where we're going to ask for approval to construct the 37th Avenue bypass. We did not know what that was for. It wasn't until literally a few hours ago that we learned the contents of Mr. Dresser's letter. He's never communicated that, to us, other than what he has said in the letter is true, in that he brought the issue up to us in this very room. I didn't brought it up to you. I just happened to be sitting beside you when he did. He asked this question about, do you need to get easements for this bypass road? That was back in March. And, we thought that, amongst the lay people here, we thought that we did not need that. But nonetheless, legitimate question. So we told Brian we'd follow up with him. We talked to our legal counsel. Our legal counsel did get the leases that are in play here. There's 2 landowners that are opposite of Highway 37 from Brian Dresser. And we looked at their leases and ultimately determined that legally we do not need to have a specific easement for this bypass road. That was the opinion of our legal counsel. We communicated that to Brian because he had asked the question, and then that was the end of that. And so the issue has been, call it dormant for at least 2, 3, 4 months now, until literally on our radar, probably about 11 o'clock this morning is when we realized that all of a sudden this was an issue. So we have reviewed Mr. Dresser's letter. His letter, as you stated, equates his parents and grandparents' situation to the situation we have today. Ultimately, the necessity of an easement in a situation like this is determined by what the contents of the lease are. I can't speak to what was done in 1985 or 1995. This is a 4-hour-old issue to me relative to 1985. So we don't have any context on that. Ultimately, our attorneys are still telling us that whether or not an easement is specifically required in this case is going to be dependent upon what the leases you have with the affected landowners are. Furthermore, our attorneys will tell us that what happened in 85, 95 is not necessarily germane to what's going on here today. So ultimately, we have a disagreement that is called somewhat unsettled between 2 independent parties outside of this request that we're making of the Oliver County Commission. B&I places a tremendous amount of value on its landowner relations. We have been here for 50 years and we work with our landowners every day continuously. We have entire departments associated and devoted just to simply doing that. Every landowner who is interested and every stakeholder who is interested in this project has been communicated with on multiple occasions. This is our 4th public meeting on this exact topic. So we've heard, call it everybody's concern. None of the landowners who would be impacted by this bypass have raised concerns about the project itself or the way they're getting compensated. Rest assured that if they do have concerns, we will get their leases out and we will speak to them and we will work with landowners, just like we've had for 5 decades now. We are absolutely committed to that, and if there are concerns that are brought to us by those landowners, we will certainly sit down and have a discussion with them. Right now, we don't have a conflict. We don't have a conflict with Mr. Dresser who wrote the letter. The easements that he's requesting don't impact his particular property, and I don't think it's really appropriate that we sit here at a county commission level or in a public forum and try and dissect all of the things that are going on between a mining company and the people that it contracts with for their either surface or mineral rights. Ultimately, don't know where that discussion goes, but we're really having a hard time trying to get to a place where we think that this particular potential hypothetical disagreement with some landowners who own the property upon which this bypass road will be constructed may at some point in time have with us. If they do, then if they do have a disagreement with us and all of a sudden it's brought up into court, then the whole project shuts down anyway. But the specific ask that we have of the commission here today is to work within 100 feet of the right of way and to build the overpass structure. So that's essentially our stance on this entire issue. We hope that this does not cloud the overall approval of this. Like we've said, we've been at this for going on a year now. We've answered every question that has been asked of us. We have, we've designed multiple times. Right now, we have the called the flattest possible grade that we can with this project. We have committed to making the bypass road or the equipment bypass road temporary, so that we won't have the issues we have on the north bypass that we've had some complaints about. And this project is extremely strategic to us. So like Greg said, we started developing, permitting this mine at least a decade ago. I don't know when we first started getting leases and things like that, but this mine area to the west of 37th Avenue represents half of our production until roughly 2037. You can't replicate that kind of thing without another 10-year process. We can't access that without getting over, under, around, or through Highway 37. If we can't do that, then we really ultimately run into problems in the early 2030s meeting our contractual obligations with Dakota. So this is something that if this operation is going to continue in Oliver County, we do need to get this project done, and we'd like to see it be able to get done sooner than later, so we can move on with the very difficult, complicated, and busy work of trying to contract all these things. So that's the BNI stance on this whole issue of easements. Certainly willing to talk with landowners, certainly willing to dialogue with the people who are concerned, but ultimately are not in favor of that being the one particular issue that would keep this commission from giving us the approval to move forward.
Okay, hearing everything so far, you came to us for approval of the bridge project design, and you designed it along with Moore Engineering, and Moore Engineering says it's satisfactory. I would ask for a vote to approve, or a motion to approve the bridge project design which is presented to us. So moved. You have a motion, do I hear a second? 3 times this, do I hear a second? Do I hear a second? I will second that motion. I'll have a roll call vote. Aye.
No,
Aye. Motion passed.
I guess if you'd asked for discussion, I'd just said I'd like to see them move
Well, we've
forward.
been discussing it for a long time.
Well, after motion, we should have discussion.
the motion. Was that for the motion that we provided? Okay. We do have signature for that if you guys want to sign the motion. That'd be great.
I think we need clarification on that motion.
Yeah, I mean, they provided us with a specific, they provided us with a petition and a motion. So you need to clarify what was just voted on.
You want to clarify what we just voted on?
Yeah.
Well, the approval of the design.
The motion or the petition?
They presented us with an actual motion and a petition, but the motion that you just made was just to approve that design.
Yeah, I mean, you need to be a little bit clearer if we could. Are you requesting that that the commission grant the motion for approving the construction plans, development agreement, and road use agreement?
Our petition today was, to accept the motion, to adopt the motion that we provided.
Yep.
And then, as part of that was approval of construction plans. Both sides would enter into the overpass and road use agreements, and then also untabling the item regarding working within 100 feet of a right of way that we had previously requested.
So which road use agreement are you requesting that we approve? Because I see construction and maintenance agreement, and then are you asking about the amendment to the road use agreement?
So the road use agreement that you provided to us.
Okay, so
Which I think changes depending on who comes forward with the project.
right,
So we don't actually have that.
we don't have a road use agreement. That's
Okay, I was basing it on that one that you sent us.
yeah, no, that I didn't hear back from you, so I wasn't aware that you had expected us to discuss the road use agreement. I know at least one of the commissioners has had additional requests to be added to that. Not trying to be difficult.
No, you're.
I'm just telling you that I don't have that road use agreement. And me sending you something, you gotta communicate back.
Appreciate the comment. Does it make sense then to take that number 2, basically bullet off of what the request that I had?
Yeah,
and
I mean-
work towards those 2 items, because I think we put in there any modifications may be necessary to carry out the intent of the agreement. Is what I wrote in there, but also
And
I
that's-
just want to leave it out on.
That's fine, but just gotta make sure that we're on the same page. So, yeah, I mean, I can't advise the commission to vote on a portion of a motion that references a road use agreement that's not existent.
Okay.
Alright, so if I understand you correctly, the motion is to approve the construction plans and development agreement. Is that correct?
And 100, and working within 100 feet of outside right away. That's bullet number 3. If you look at the next page. So that's the thing that we get. That's the thing that we brought you guys in.
I'm sorry.
So can we get something to address like the snow?
Oh, I see, yep.
And all that?
Okay.
So I think those are when we talk about modifications to that overpass agreement. Those are things that
Okay,
we'll see.
so
And a lot of those details I think really feed in really nice once we have a contractor selected for the project.
so the motion is to approve bullet point 1, amended bullet point 2 to remove any reference to a road use agreement.
Okay.
And bullet point 3. I mean, I understand.
Yes, I would concur with that.
Okay, I have no problem.
Good.
I'm fine, yeah.
Okay. Thank you guys.
Got it. Was that a yes, you got it, or?
So this whole thing minus the road use agreement.
Yes. So bullet points 1, 2, and 3, strike road use agreement.
So we still require the road use agreement.
Oh, yes.
And we will commit to that as well. That's to the road use agreement. We're committing to working on the road use agreement.
Well, that's-
You said it is not final.
Yep, okay.
So just making sure that's stated.
So So just to reply, Greg, reply to my email that what I sent you is acceptable to you, and then we will discuss it at a subsequent board meeting if there's any additional language that needs to be put in. Fair enough?
Yeah, that works so much.
Do we have any further business on that then right now?
Not for me.
Okay. Hold on, go then. Road Superintendent Kenny.
Want to take care of the stuff that's on here first?
Sure, whatever order you would like. We'll get permits there, I guess, in a bit. So, you want to do that?
You want to, we have Janice talk about the road.
Okay, we'll take that, and then we'll, Janice.
I came in today to correct some misinformation from the previous meeting that we had about our road. You had stated, Mr. Berger, that you don't know how two farmsteads were able to dictate speed limits along that road. And I just wanted to clarify for you
Could you
that
do me a favor and just be specific about what road you're talking about?
33rd Avenue Southwest,
Okay, here in.
in Oliver County, north of Highway 25. So we had there was quite a bit of discussion about that, and what had happened is we went to the commission for dust suppression. And the commission thought that they should try to slow everybody down on that road before going to other things. And so it's not two landowners, it's all of the landowners before the wind towers. We have almost double, triple the traffic that anybody has north of the wind towers. So we have extreme amounts of dust. This year's been actually pretty good right now because we've got a lot of rain, we've got a lot of moisture, we're not dealing with dust. But there's times when it's so dusty, it's a blizzard. You can't sit out in your yard, you can't enjoy your yard. I walked by the neighbors and they have horses. Their horses are coughing continuously from the dust on the road. So they put up speed limit signs to try to limit that without cost to the county. We're trying to come up with solutions. We're not set in a way, and that was one of them that came to. At the meeting last month, you decided, or you had stated that you don't like that speed limit on that road and you're gonna get it changed by fall. You did, and it was in there approximately into almost an hour and a half into the last meeting. There was another person in here that was complaining that speed limit shouldn't be that low. So the first 2 miles of that road heading north to the wind towers is approximately 2 miles. 2 miles past that is the person who was in here complaining that it was too slow for her. So it went from 35 and then it goes to 45 to the wind towers. There is another speed limit after the wind towers. I'm not sure why that one's there. I don't have any information about that. But she was frustrated because it's slowing her, it's making her late for work. The difference in the speed limits, and you guys, you kind of laughed about it at that meeting. Maybe she should take a section line road and that would be faster. The difference in time, I went up and drove the road, 45 from the first 2 miles, 35 for the next 2 miles. It would be approximately 2 minutes and 45-second difference. You stated you'd had numerous complaints about people driving on that road, it was too slow. Do we know who the people complaining that it's too slow on that road? You talked about bus drivers are complaining that it's too slow.
I wouldn't say complaining, they called on me.
Well, you said you had numerous calls about this and you were gonna get this changed by fall because there's no reason that this road should be at those speed limits. So does the commissioners have another solution than to suppress the dust off that road?
Okay, so your original comment that I made was, Could you read that again, how you said that?
You said there's no reason why two farmsteads should be able to dictate what the speed limit is along that
So
road.
3 different calls I received was and that's the calls I received, was why are 2 people deciding what the speed limit should be?
We're not, the commission does that.
Okay, but you guys had requested, you and
No, we
Beaver.
didn't request any speed limits. We requested dust suppression, and that was the previous commission's solution, was to try to, they're going 55 miles an hour on that road. At 55. You have a 55 mile an hour speed limit, what typically happens? That's not quite fast enough, let's go 60. Everybody knows that when we're trying to do things that doesn't cost the county a lot of money. Until Kenny put this gravel that we put on there, I don't remember in the 15, 17 years that I've lived there really having decent gravel on that road. There hasn't been. It's such fines. When you drive, I know the road bosses has seen that road when these people are traveling it. From when wind towers were put up, that was one thing they said, was you're never gonna have to worry about dust on the road. You're not gonna have to worry about any of that. We deal with this constantly and there's not a solution to it. Like I said, we have double the traffic that they have north of it. If we can try to slow them down, that really keeps it way down. I mean, it's almost a health concern. You should see the inside of my house. These landowners that are before the wind tower were there years before those wind towers came in. A lot of the people north that are complaining about it came in after. So you can't say you knew about this. We did not know about this. We had no idea that there was going to be that much traffic. Things have increased. Every farmer has a semi, great big sprayers, huge cattle trucks, and they're going up and back. If we want to find out how much traffic's on that road, maybe we can put traffic counters on there and see what it is up to the wind towers, and then after that. If we can't slow them down, then we got to find another way.
Okay, so I'll go back to the point of when Brent first called me, he had said he had already talked to Lee. I believe Lee was still in Arizona. We said, and that's where I worked with Kenny and Jim, and we talked about speed limit signs. And that's where Marie and Brent said, well, yeah, let's try it. So that's how we went to the 35. And then we came to the point of some were asking, well, is the whole road 35? So then we come up with a solution. Well, after Ryan Gillen says, we're gonna go to 45. And so that's how that went. We've been trying to work with you. Now your comment about, I said we're gonna go back to 55.
You did
I
say
said-
that at the meeting.
Okay, but what else did they say with it? If we could get this solved, we're gonna let it go back to 55. I didn't say we're gonna go to 55.
Well, you did tell that lady that you were by fall, this is gonna be down.
No, I
Because she
said,
was complaining about, she was late for work because she couldn't go fast
but
enough
I
on
did
it.
say that if we could get this resolved, we're gonna get it back to 55. By resolved, I meant we're trying to address it. Now, we've talked about, Kenny's looked up, $30 a ton for crushed asphalt. Do you know what you come up with as far as if we go right past Beavers, from the highway to the Beavers, how many semi-loads?
You're looking at roughly 100 somewhere. That's $600 a load.
We're looking for solutions, but one of the solutions is we don't wanna have to pay for it. Now, when you came up with that chloride and we should have to pay half of it, I don't think that's an acceptable thing. Do we have to pay for snow removal? Do we have to pay for if Oliver County's spraying road ditches for weeds, noxious weeds, do they have to pay for that? Trees in the ditches, do we have to pay if we're gonna call the sheriff and say these people are speeding on this road? Is that another one? You'd listen to this person from Minnesota who says in Minnesota, we're a township that we have to do that. Well, we're not a township, we're Oliver County. We pay taxes, we pay this stuff, there shouldn't be, we don't have to use chloride, but we're not gonna pay for it, and we shouldn't have to pay for it if you're gonna put, the dust is the county's responsibility. It's your responsibility to be able to manage what's happening on that road. It's gotten to the point where I think we have to rethink 55 mile an hour speed limits on these gravel roads. I've seen the one over by that leaves from Minn Kota going out to the highway over there, that thing is absolutely horrible dust and the high speeds on those roads.
You're talking the one going east,
Yes.
past Bagels.
Yeah.
Okay, so going back to the chloride, the reason I did that was after conversation. If we put chloride in front of your house, we're probably gonna have 30 other people. So that's why I came up with the idea they pay half. If we didn't, everybody's gonna want it.
Well,
You know,
and then
so-
we have to look at each circumstance to it. Okay, is everybody that busy of a road? Does everybody, what's the speed limits on this road? How many people are on this road? And you're gonna have to go through all that stuff because the way, I just got this new survey about Oliver County and how we wanna grow everything and what our responses should be. If we can't maintain and take care of what we have right now, what's gonna happen if more people come into the county and live along these roads? There's kids along these roads, there's animals along these roads, there's us. Should we even be thinking about when that road is so highly used that 55 is even a safe speed limit for that road?
Were you on the commission when Dave Horsworth brought that forward to drop them all to 45?
Yeah, I don't know, I'm not sure, I thought the speed limit was 45 on that road.
So did I.
So,
The
until
county
you're saying
roads-
55 now.
55,
County roads are 55 unless otherwise posted.
that's exactly right.
We,
Okay, we've been told different than this.
that road used to be 45 to the wind towers. When they were building wind towers. Other than that, it's always been 55.
You have the BNI road at 45, you have the Minn Kota road at 45, both of those are paved roads. And then you have one that's highly used. And, and to be truthful with you, most of the people that are speeding on that road are residents of that road. And I like to walk on that road too. I would think that I should be able to go out and walk on that road
To feel safe.
and you can't. Geez, one day I heard a vehicle winding up, you couldn't even see it, so it had, I know, over a mile away. There was a person who was late for a court date. Must have been doing 75 miles an hour, didn't even slow down when you see people walking. The lady who complained last time, I've been walking on that road, she didn't even slow down the first time. We have to have a little common courtesy, what's going on here too. If I'm going up by other people's houses, but my main point about this is it shouldn't go up to 55 until we get other things done, and I don't even think 55 is appropriate for that road. And if there's concerns about it, let's put some traffic counters on there. I work for the highway department in high school, you can put it on there and see how much it is. If people are complaining that they're not getting this or that because this person gets it, maybe we should look on their setback to the road, how much traffic is on the road, and then you guys can say, this isn't warranted on that for this at this time.
Well, as far as the dust, like you're saying, I totally understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but you mentioned $30 a ton for,
Crushed asphalt.
that's delivered or not?
That's us hauling.
And we do have someplace to buy it.
We can, right now, Knife River does have some. The other ones that I called, that were out by Steele and Sterling, are going back on the highway project out there, for soft spots for the interstate repair on some stuff there. So right now, Knife River has some, but it goes fast. So.
We want to work with you guys. We don't want to be assholes about anything, but we've been dealing with this since the wind towers came up.
Doing that full 2 miles.
We can make concessions in the wintertime once the ground's frozen, there's not a lot of dust. If people want to drive 55 miles an hour, even though I don't think it's really that safe for them, I guess you have to make that decision then.
I've been driving that road lately just to see it. We definitely should leave those 35-mile-an-hour speed limits on for those final 2 miles there. Because if you drive 35 or 45, there's 18 seconds difference. And nobody's gonna be late for work for those 2 miles there, 18, 20 seconds.
Right. Even the whole stretch, if it was 55.
I'm saying we should leave the 35 on until, I think we should purchase enough to cover the main areas there by the driveways and put it on the road a bit.
Okay, so how far?
We don't have to go more than, is it a quarter mile?
So start on the highway and then go past,
It would be 2 miles almost up past
If you went
Beavers.
all the way up past Beavers.
right,
But
but
you
if we
only have
just,
to put them on by Beavers
and then by,
and by the 2 farms there.
so there'll be 3 there technically.
So
Yeah,
the
there's-
question
there's
is, if
3.
you blade it, what's gonna happen though?
You won't blade it,
You just,
once it sets up.
so
If- if it's-
washboards,
Yes and no, depends if there's enough oil in it that where it sets, you won't blade it.
how thick do you have to go?
You're gonna have to do 3 inches for sure. So,
7 from the road, east to west, from the river road.
that's 6-8 inches, I think.
What is the total dollar amount we're looking at? I know you said $3 a ton, but if we're looking
It's-
at total dollar amount, I'm just being your account person and looking at what we actually have available.
You got a price on this or something? But I agree with you. Chloride isn't the answer, but that's why I made the comment about the chloride. Cause
We'd be looking at roughly 18,000 to get past that house, and you're looking at another 6,000 to get past the next one.
There's only one landowner then up there he's much further back off the road and haven't talked to him, so that would be all 3 landowners prior to the wind towers then, which is the bulk of the traffic on that road.
And then we just wouldn't put it between the person north of you there, and it'd start a couple hundred feet before Beavers and after, so that way they have the dust too. Same with your guys'. Is that what I'm understanding?
That's my recommendation.
Okay, just so I'm on the same page.
We just wanna work with you guys, we want things to work. If the only thing we can do is speed limits, then we have to enforce it. If we can put this stuff down there and try to keep it slowed down, that's what we're looking for. We understand that Oliver County has lots of roads and there's lots of people and there's lots of things that they do, but this one's particularly bad. I've driven your road, I've driven other roads just to see what the different dust is on those roads and driving the different things. So
do you think the 35 helped?
when people go 35, it's amazing how much that helps.
So that by itself would fix
That by itself would fix it, but people don't go 35. And at the last meeting too, that was one of the things that Kenny, you had asked her if she'd ever been picked up, and she had stated that, well, no, because I can see the cops coming, so I slow down when they come and then I speed up when they go past again.
We also have to take a joke once in a while.
And well, that's not quite very funny when we're sitting there. So if we can slow it down to that, it's huge, the amount of dust. But you'd have to have enforcement on there, because there's people that don't pay attention to that at all.
Okay, so besides the 35, you want more done?
If you can enforce the 35, that would be perfect.
Okay, Jim has been out there quite a bit, cause he just
Well,
about contacts me every time he's out there.
it depends on the time of day that everything's going. And like I said, we've had rain right now. So the roads are dusted down and they're not so bad. It's okay. It's when things get really dry. But
So, do you have specific times?
the specific times are during the work hours, especially like 7:30 to 3:30, 4:30. That's when people are
Basically all day long.
working them in out. It varies. It depends on who's going out. Like Minnekota's must have some problems with their pipeline up there, because they've been trucking and going by lots. They're not so bad. Transtraff, you wouldn't believe how fast they can get going. There's a FedEx truck that's a little box truck. He can go by our house doing 60 miles an hour. I don't know how they can get going that fast. I've watched the trash guy. He comes across the highway, so he must look and see if anybody's coming, and he doesn't even stop, and he just barrels
Did you
on.
try contacting Trash or
We called
FedEx?
them, we called Minkota. Minkota slowed their people down. We've called FedEx. So we've called all of them to get.
I'm just curious
to
if you have a
slow down.
specific time, because I usually try to sit out there in the mornings. and a lot of times in the afternoon, and I don't sit right by your location.
Right.
Is you split it in the middle, like between you and Gullickson's about around.
Yeah.
And
You know,
it
if you
very
can,
well could be if they're seeing me, they're slowing down.
yeah,
It
if you can record those times when that's happening and send me an email, I
Okay.
can most certainly write a letter to the companies and remind them that this has become an issue
Yeah,
and
there's,
ask them to take remedial action. I can do that.
yeah, that would be.
Well, Marie did contact me about Minn Kota because of the, like she said, pipeline. And I got hold of Troy instantly and he took care of it for you.
They're very good. Dakota, you know, I haven't had a,
But if you
Big
got
problem
FedEx
with-
and Trans Trash, those guys are doing that, just send me an email, let
Okay.
me know the date and time that it happened, and I'll write a letter. It's not a
Okay.
problem.
perfect. Next era, most polite people I've ever seen, you walk along the road, they look for me, they look for the dog, they're going, I don't have a problem with those guys at all. There's just, like I said, most of it is local people going by. And I'm not picking one or two out, but it's just, that's just what it is out there. So if you could consistently get it to 35, especially, there's a lot of farmers that go on that road with their big semis and they're rolling all those wheels. 35 sometimes is enough for that thing. I don't want this to take up forever. I wanted to clarify what went on at the last meeting and explain what we're trying to do and that we weren't the ones that put that speed limit in. We're looking for dust suppression and ways to mitigate it.
Well, like the conversation with Brent, if we do it for one, we're gonna get calls for everybody. And that's what I was trying to look at by working with Jim and Kenny to go to 35. So, going back to your comment about I said, well, we've been trying to do something. And Brent said he'd get back to me on how the dust was getting better. He never has. He's been contacting Lee and Rob and not me about whether the 35 was working.
Wasn't real happy with the comments in the last meeting, so I mean.
Okay, what other comment, what,
Those were the two. That it's not up to us to put speed limits in there. It's up to the commissioners to put speed limits, and that was done last year. So it wasn't that two farmsteads are the ones that are doing it. So, you know, I don't want to fight. I don't want to argue. We want solutions. We've been dealing with this forever.
Okay, we're gonna keep the speed limit on 35, and we're gonna attempt to control.
So,
And also, I'm recommending that we put that
asphalt.
asphalt in.
So is from Beavers North gonna be 55? Shouldn't that road be 55?
35.
Why?
you,
No, from.
From Beavers North.
Oh,
Shouldn't
from
that
north
be
of you.
55 though?
It's 45 now.
I think that should remain 45.
Why?
It's 55 too fast for that road.
But isn't it like,
We have 45 on the paved roads. That's sometimes too
is the Minn
fast.
Kota Road 45?
Yeah.
Yes, because of the weight this year and we had some issues with construction stuff, so we went to 45. But that's not
There's a lot
for,
of heavy loads going on that road.
yeah, there's not, that wasn't for dust or anything like that, that was because of the road itself.
And the BNI road is also 45.
Yes, correct.
BNI is
Yep.
also 45 paved road.
Yep.
You can pave it for us. You pave it for us, we don't have to worry about that.
As long as you wanna give it Jim Jackson, he'll come up with a plan, he's working with BNI right now.
I don't think we need a motion on anything here. We're gonna keep it as it is and try and enforce it.
How about the
Time being.
recycle for spending the money on that,
The what?
the recycle?
Oh, the
Asphalt?
crushed asphalt is what's
Or
so
you
on
just have
the.
to do it.
Well, I mean, we gotta make time. That's gonna take something, so that's gonna be
You know,
2
if
hour
we
round
could-
trip.
It's moist right now. We've got stuff. I'm not that concerned about it, Kenny. If you guys, you know, we're willing to work with you guys whenever if we wanna wait until next spring, but do some more enforcement on speed limits on there and get some tickets or something going on
Now would be the
those
time.
and we can,
Because we're kinda at the lull waiting for people to get their hay off the ditch so we can mow and continue to do something else. And they don't always have it either. That's the other problem. Right now they have it.
are you gonna need time to do the ins thoroughly yet this year?
Well, depends if we can get it mowed and everybody gets their hay out, because if they don't, no.
That'll get taken care of.
So,
How much do you need, how much shoulder do you need?
well, all we need's 4 feet, but we need, our mowers are 10, so to keep us out of the lane of traffic a little more, we need 10 feet.
You and I will talk. Okay.
Well, like you said, if they're fine till spring, then we could try to find crushed asphalt, maybe a little cheaper, but we're still gonna haul it, which is gonna cost.
You just gotta find it.
Right, and
We found it right now, you said, though, if we get.
Knife River's got some right now. However, the project on 31 was pushed off till next year. So if we could get that, but if we can't and Knife River don't have any, we don't have it. So.
And the next place I heard was Steel.
Nope, they don't have it
They don't
anymore.
have it anymore.
Nope,
Okay.
not that we can get. So.
Thanks for trying to work with us. If we don't get any resolution, I can come back. There's open meeting, so I guess you guys can listen to me again. We can come back and do that. But I appreciate it. And I'll talk to the sheriff gentleman and see what we can do with the speeder. So thank you very much.
Next, road use.
Does he have all his done? Oh.
Well, we got it in there, but are we gonna leave the asphalt for now then?
No, I think we should
Do it?
do it.
Okay.
We're never gonna get any cheaper or closer if it
Is
is.
it something that,
It's at Knife River and then
what's the cost?
they're $600 both,
Plus fuel.
plus fuel, and I mean,
And then,
you're looking at probably 22,000 for those areas right there.
You guys gonna have to vote on that.
So,
okay, what did you say, 22,000 ton?
no, 22,000 to do
Oh.
that stretch,
Okay.
would be my guess, yeah.
And if we have anybody else that wants it, whatever we can.
Motion to purchase, how many ton?
Well, it'd be,
Maybe 3 and 3 inches of quarter mile rolls?
He's doing
roughly 36 truckloads. So that's 10 or 20 ton of trucks, so.
We do have 3,000 from next year that they donated for.
Yes,
Just
yeah,
to add to
yep,
that.
yep.
So that might pay the fuel.
$640.
So now you're thinking just past Nicopricos?
Yep.
And then in front of Beavers a little bit? And then hope the phone calls don't start?
Oh, they always do.
Appreciate it.
600 ton. Roughly.
18,000.
18, well, it'd be 22,000 between the two places, between the two sections. Roughly.
Okay. motion to purchase.
Well, I guess if, my concern, I mean, I'm not against it, but my concern is the phone calls that are gonna come for everybody's gonna
Who
want
else is gonna want it?
it. That's my, I mean, I understand totally what she's saying. I deal with it. A lot of us deal with it. I mean, Lane probably knows driving around. How many houses are right by the county road? I mean, everybody sees it. And we're gonna get hit with it. And like this new gravel, as soon as you blade it every time, it's dust.
Could be opening a can of worms.
My concern is what happens once the recycle gets full of dust.
It could be delayed.
But I mean, you know,
And then if it gets washboarded with all the semis,
You don't really fix it. For limited ways.
Yeah. So, I mean,
should we install speed bumps? 3 miles north, all the way to the highway?
Rumble strips,
Be
call it
cheaper.
dashboards.
I'm kinda kidding, but
Be cheaper.
it'd solve our problems. Leave permanent washboards in there.
Okay, I haven't called for a motion. I haven't heard anything.
I'm nervous on that one.
What's the alternative if you don't know? Just for argument's sake, we got this, just not purchase the asphalt and
Just leave it like it is for until spring.
Second call for a motion. Third call for a motion.
we don't have, so
Hearing no motion. Do nothing on that, right?
I'll, Kenny and Jim and I'll meet with, those 3 households again. That work?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
We'll go sit down with them and. It's just another meeting.
Okay. Okay. Next era.
Do you wanna do this stuff before it?
you wanna do the highway permit stuff?
Just get that out of the way.
So we got the highway utility permits, Rough Rider.
I'll look at it first. This one's the Rough Rider one. And then WRT. That's just one.
Oh, right here.
Ribbons River Road. Ballpark, that's south, 81. Against the river, on 43, no, that's up by, who's that actually? This is south of Sadie or somewhere.
There's a map right behind you.
These aren't the same addresses, are they? They're two different.
No,
That's saying,
pretty sure
I'm
not.
just saying.
They don't typically do
This is across the 20th
Oh,
Street, so that's
same.
way down.
This is 73 or something.
That's your telephone and the other one's the same, right?
Oh, yeah, this one's, if we go down there, that's way down. In the south,
Southwest corner.
Yeah.
I'm so proud.
yeah.
Motion to approve.
Second.
The motion to approve them both in a second, all in favor? Aye. Approved.
Got a letter?
I am that too.
oh yeah.
It doesn't specify where, but I would imagine it's
We just discussed.
the one that we just discussed. I would guess, but it does not specify.
Yeah, it makes it tough to have a meaningful
It really
conversation
does.
if we don't know what it is, and I don't know why they would send a general letter like that.
This is concerning, Genesis.
And I can respond to that letter if you want and simply state what you want us to do about it, because there's no indication in that letter about where this occurred. It's just you know what I'm saying, like.
It's a very generic letter. There's no roads, no area, no nothing. It just says a resident contacted them about pest control concerns.
It's probably a form letter that gets generated when somebody makes a complaint like that. I don't know how we can take action on it or discuss it if we don't know.
Those 75-mile-an-hour speed zones are supposed to be out there.
Which one?
I think you should run on their road and then have Patrick respond.
Sure, I can respond to this.
I don't know how we're gonna respond.
The response is, thank you for, thank you for the letter. What specific complaint did you receive? Where? And what was the complaint?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how we can take action on this. And you have a state agency sending us a letter on their letterhead telling us that they got a complaint that they didn't identify to us.
Okay, yeah, so, yeah,
That's a problem.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
That
All right, I'll
that
take
should
it.
be your response, yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Oh, I got, those I got,
Those you got.
Or do you need
but
I'll keep your
Send it to me.
yeah.
current on there, but I'll look at those and send it.
Oh, we might as well bring it next year, huh?
Yeah, next one on the
Before
list.
Sarah has to fly out.
Joey Hop.
Yeah.
This is just for the road use agreement closeout. Discussion, I know it was discussed at the last meeting. We do have there was a bill for gravel. I don't have the check, but I have an invoice proving that the check has been cut. If that will suffice, it's being overnighted, and overnighting doesn't work like overnighting here. So it should be coming this week. When do we think? Tomorrow? Today, tomorrow?
Tomorrow. Late today, tomorrow.
So you're saying the check's in the mail, huh?
And that is evidence that it's been cut. And our attorney, I believe you know you, Patrick, the closeout letter. Any concerns there?
I have no concerns with this amendment. It is simply Nextera being very diligent about their intention that that through this payment and the completion of that extinguishes their obligations under the road use agreement with respect to that issue. I have no problem with it. But I want you guys to read it and make sure you're okay with it. Don't just take my word for it.
So that would be the answer to my last motion, asking that something in writing.
Yes.
So what was
I
your,
mean, if you're handing out checks, Linda.
what's your supplement to your last motion, you said?
Yeah, well, my last motion, it said we just like something in writing stating that they would cover that, and I guess if Patrick's good with that, the check is overnighted, per se.
Monday. It's Tuesday.
I have no problem with this, other than Mark take me out to lunch and get this done.
So we need the,
There's the only, I mean, we'll be able to fix the 49th Avenue and 21st Street where they took the wider approach out. The ditch is a lot higher than the main road that they took out, so we'll have to fix that. And we should be able to do that when we put the gravel in that spot, and that's one of the spots we're gonna cover with the gravel.
So the shoulder's higher than the road.
Yep. So, and then the only other deal on the section line on your guys' Hall Road, which would be south of where your concrete was, which would be Travis Longyear's road there. That approach never got taken back out. was?
Down on 22nd?
Yep. That's still there.
And I thought we were leaving that one. 'Cause that's a tight corner there.
Yeah. The only,
22nd and 46th.
the only one we talked about leaving was the one at Bartman's. On the hillside.
So the one you're talking here is how they brought the heavy equipment in off the highway.
Correct.
Bypass the bridge around
Yep.
there, yep.
Yep.
No,
Yeah, cause that one was still there.
yeah, when I asked Blattner about that, they thought we were gonna leave that.
Yeah.
Because of that, if you want it out, we'll take it out.
Well,
That was a real tight corner there.
well, it's,
And I think the guys that are down there, like having it wider.
well, it's on a section line. It comes off there, so, I mean,
So on our end, there's no issues with it being wider.
as long as they're not gonna want us to take care of it.
You're talking about the landowners?
Yeah.
Have you talked to them?
I haven't heard anything from them. That's, like I said, our last meeting, the only one that we're gonna leave was the one way.
Yes,
On
yeah, we
Martin
didn't talk
Road.
about that
Yep.
specific. I thought that was kind of already in the.
So. That's kinda up to you guys, I guess.
I guess I haven't driven down that far, can't even talk about what it looks like.
No, it's big.
Yeah. Yeah,
Bigger than the one by Huber's?
that'd be about the
It's
same.
not the same,
Okay,
pretty good size one.
right. What's your recommendation?
Like I said, it's totally up to you guys. I guess we can talk to maybe Kelly Hintz and stuff like that and see what their take is on it. But as long as, we're moving snow, they don't want that cleaned up because that's it was never there before, you know what I mean?
What is it specifically?
Just a 2-track trail before that.
The what?
It was just a 2-track trail before that. So,
You're not gonna keep that road open anyway, for that section.
section line, no.
So that'd be a minimum maintenance.
Yeah.
Road with a sign.
Is that one place you put up posts then?
I gotta think about that. So south of 21st, that was just a 2-track?
No, the east-west.
The east-west?
Yeah, the Hall Road. From coming off of 31. It'd be the last mile after where you guys fix those culverts.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Couple miles south, right? That'd be a couple miles south.
2 miles.
Yeah.
It goes right across from the old Furter farm there, or now, where he makes the corrals straight to the west.
What's your past thinking? I don't know. As long as we don't have to worry about maintenance.
I guess I would find out from the property owners whether
They want it or
they
not.
want it. They probably want it there because
Okay, I got no problem with it. I just need to know where
most
to go.
often they want a wide approach.
So, and we'll just add the sign to that one like we did to the other ones.
So Buck, is that the one you called beyond that road?
What's that?
About that road, Travis Longmuir's being pretty muddy?
I wasn't on it.
Okay,
It looked muddy when I drove by, but
got it.
So I'll get a hold of them and we'll go from there.
Yeah, let me know.
Yep.
So you're asking us to approve?
To sign,
Finalize
to sign off on the.
Road use agreements.
I guess, if this is taken care of, depending, if the landowners want it, we leave it, but if they don't, then I guess somebody make a public statement or give us something in writing that you'll remove it if that's what it takes, I guess.
Will we have equipment out here for a little longer to do that?
Equipment with no operators.
Yeah, hand shovels. No, it's our obligation to remove it, so we'll have to get it removed.
we'll probably have to try to find somebody local to help us.
Well, like I said, I'll call
Yeah.
them right after the meeting, and if they're good with it,
Okay,
or if you can go on to another deal, I'll go try and call them, because I got both. If you want me to. Totally up to you guys.
They're willing to take it out if need be, we can go ahead. I will make that motion then to, how we wanna word that, sign off on the road use agreement with NextEra. With that stipulation of that approach being a question.
If the landowners want it out, we'll take it out. If not, they can say.
And if the check is good, then we're good to go. I guess I'll make the motion.
And you're making that motion to basically agree to this amendment that she has presented with us, to us, right? Because that is with that written agreement from the previous meeting.
We have a chance to read.
We have 7 trees tonight.
Fine with that, as long as we have the other deal in there, so that way, if they do want it out, they got it. If not, like I said, it can stay.
Yep, we're on record saying we'll take care of it.
So I'm good.
Motion is to agree to this.
Yes. I'll second that.
Kenny, did you look at that, by the bridge there where we were pulling water? Have you looked at that? Are you okay with that?
We're gonna be rounding some shoulders up there anyway, so we'll take care of it because we've been blading it now anyway, so.
Yeah.
So we'll take care of that before winter, so.
Sure, but okay, my motion is second. Any further discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye. Looking at the Cumberland County.
Thank you.
Oh, it does? Oh, Kenny, what's next on your list here?
We got, kind of went over the repair of the 21st and 49th.
That one's covered.
Yeah, yep. And that's why I said we can take care of that when we do it there, so.
I just email you a scanned copy of it. I'll return the colors.
And once the check is here, then we'll get going. So that's pretty much takes care of that. The case gets here. When we get that up for sale, get rid of it.
Might as well. As is, or
Yeah, they're gonna have to sign a waiver as is damage, you know. How do we go about it? I got one guy that'll buy it tomorrow for the $20,000.
we have to open it, Patrick?
What's that?
Yeah, it's good, we have to open that for bids.
Yes.
Okay, can we just put a reserve on it then? What do we wanna make the reserve, 20,000? And that's your loan. And then run it for 2 weeks, I'm assuming?
We can open next month.
Minimum bid of 20,000.
Let me just go check something on that real quick. Hold on a second.
He's gonna check something before we business.
What's our good gypsy over?
Why I put that on there is that More Engineering sent us an invoice for the development, document, services, everything, $44,000, and I need to know where we're pulling this money from. I did talk to Jim Jackson, and he said projects like this and other flex fund projects, counties have been taking that money from the Prairie Dog Fund because it's our county match to whatever gets covered. We're, writing out some pretty large checks lately, so I'm trying to figure out where we're pulling this money from.
Yes, to answer your question, anything that is over $1,000 requires
Sale.
Public sale.
Or maybe we could just give the skid steer to More Engineering.
Okay, I would guess.
I don't-
Need a motion for that?
Need a motion?
A motion for the skid steer.
We're gonna need a motion for both.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would assume we do, yeah.
So moved. I'll second it.
Further discussion on it? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye.
As far as that chip seal goes, I mean, if you want me to double check with Jim Jackson on that, we just had a brief conversation. I didn't know if he was gonna be here today or not. But he said that stuff like this where we have to have a county match, a lot of counties are pulling it out of the Prairie Dog funding because that works. It works, it's an allowable expense out of there. If you're good with that, I don't wanna pull it from there if you're not okay with that. We have options, but
Let's take it from the Prairie Dog.
what did you say?
We'll get some information.
What were you asking about?
Where is the rest of that money? What fund was that, the rest of that? You said we had X amount going into that every year. Can it come out of there?
So there's like a flex fund, they changed it with the state now where we'll be getting a payment every year. It's not a large amount, we haven't gotten that money yet. Otherwise we have highway tax, but that's more for lease and fuel, equipment rental. We have, had an engineering, we have an engineering line in unorganized road. We can pull it, this engineering services, or we just pull it directly from Prairie Dog and
Both from Prairie Dog.
we have 1.6 million in there right now, so.
We need a motion on that? Need a motion on it?
Yeah, I think so.
So I'll make that motion to hold the 44,000 for the More Engineering project.
Second. Motion and second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye.
So, just got a couple other, you wanna talk about this one? So, we were talking about it earlier.
About what now?
The postal digger, which Kyle lent the county.
Oh, I know nothing about this. Okay.
We talked about it earlier. I think,
Several months ago.
yeah, I think it was May or June's meeting, I think Daryl brought it up. Last fall, we had a bunch of work done that we had to re-fence. And Kyle lent the county his postal digger to put the fence up, and it was wrecked last fall.
Gearbox, right?
Yeah. He was wondering about replacing it. We talked about it earlier. And I know the last conversation we had, it was said that he had to contact one of the commissioners and talk to him about it. And I believe he talked to you, did he not?
I got a text.
Okay. So, I don't know what you guys' take on that is, if we should get it taken care of so it's done with.
Don't we have insurance that covers it?
It falls under the same thing with skid steer. Because it was
Misused.
same person.
He lent it on his own accord without the county asking for that?
Well, he was supervisor at that time,
Volunteered it.
yeah. But it was in working order prior to that.
It wasn't listed on their insurance either. So.
No, right.
I mean,
What kind of cost are we looking at?
I just purchased one, like I told you myself. I paid $1,500 for the postal digger with 2 augers.
Will his auger that was on his, will that fit on these new ones?
That I don't.
I guess. This is your decision. Quite frankly, I have personal thoughts on this, but that's not relevant to whether, I think the analysis is that you had a county employee who at that time made the determination to use his personal item to do something, and it was damaged by a person under his supervision. Is that a fair recitation of the facts?
Mm-hmm.
And now he's asking that he be reimbursed for that.
Mm-hmm.
Again, my thoughts are right away. We don't owe him anything for it.
Or would it be in good faith to give him offer him $500 or not? Because I think he used it more than once.
To be frank with
Oh,
you,
absolutely. Yeah, they put quite a bit of bets into it. I mean, like I said, it was working prior to coming to.
I don't think that you should make a vote on that and admit that we're liable for his choice to use his personal equipment without county permission. My legal advice is to not do that. No, I mean,
What would be wrong with, say, paying a rent?
well,
Even though he didn't ask, I guess I'm just looking out for good faith.
I do not think that the county should do that, as that would indicate as though the county is somehow liable for the damage that was done to his equipment. That being said, it's up to you guys.
We received our legal opinion, and that's also my opinion that we pay nothing.
On to the next.
Okay, next.
The electricity, we got the last fuel tank in, hopefully, and he figured, I just talked to him this morning. 2 weeks he's gonna come and hook up the rest of the fuel tanks to the power, and then I've already got the prelim back from the state for doing the inspection on our fuel tanks. We're good there, so he just has to come up when her electrical's done and we'll walk around and we'll be done.
That'll be hardwired then.
Yep. And every tank will have a switch, so.
No more outlets.
So, got that. I did find out radio tower.
Yep.
I think the county pays the city portion to take care of that. And it hasn't been done as far as mowing it and weeding and stuff. Something we wanna look at. I mean, if you want us to start taking care of it, I mean, it hasn't been done, we're gonna take care of it, we just won't do it and save whatever we're paying.
I don't know. I don't know that we paid them to do that, but we put them a check for E911, the numbers that we're getting.
Okay, because
I'm pretty sure that's the only check we paid.
I was under the understanding we paid for,
We'd have to look,
but, I mean, should we just start doing it now and so it's done and?
Yeah, I think if those trees are whacked down in front of the
Yeah,
door.
well, I sprayed it, so.
Yeah, if you sprayed it, there
I
should
sprayed
be a
it.
lot of maintenance. I just kill it dead to the ground or
Yeah.
out of the building and call it
round up there?
Yeah. I round up inside the fence. I figured once we kill everything off, we'll get the trees out of there. Even if we put fabric down and just throw rock in there.
So not a lot of time involved.
No.
Yeah, I just wanna go back to that prior conversation, something I just thought about with respect to that postal digger. Everyone, all county employees understand that they shouldn't be using their personal equipment for county jobs, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's something that like, cause we don't insure that. We also don't know the quality of that.
Right.
So we shouldn't be using personal equipment.
But we're all guilty of, going to grab something the county don't have, and we gotta get this job done.
You just go get one.
Right. So.
Yeah, I think in the future, maybe it's let's go get one. Because I just don't think that's a very good practice and creates liability for the county where it shouldn't be.
Okay. We'll do that with the radio. So I don't know if anybody's been down. I know you guys, I'm sure you've seen, but we moved the grass that was where the propane tanks were, right there. What we were having is we had water that was coming in underneath the concrete on that side in the shop every time it rained. So we rolled all that out. Come to find out our propane tanks weren't up to code either. So when we put them back, we'll make that code. But in the west end of the new shop, there's 2 house furnaces in there. And that's what's supposed to heat it. Well, with all the dust and everything, they don't work. We'd like to put hanging furnaces back in there, because there used to be, they were taken out for these house furnaces that there was some kind of grant back then, and they were put in. But with all the dust and everything that comes in the shop, they're made for a house. The framing and everything to put the furnaces back on the ceiling is still there from the previous ones. So, I mean, that's something we can do if you guys are okay with it. Menard sells the 100,000 BTU hanging furnaces. I think they're $800 a piece, roughly, if you get them on sale.
So you need two.
Yeah, so it'd be $1,600, but we gotta run the new propane line anyway, so now would be the time to do it. The power's already there from the existing furnaces, and the hangers are already there. So it's just a matter of.
Go for it.
Okay.
I was down there in January when it was below 0 and it was running constant.
Yeah, if you can keep it going. And then where we cleaned out that gravel, or the dirt, and put gravel there, we talked about getting a couple loads of rock for the vehicles to park on, because we gotta keep that slope there so the water keeps running away. Now that we have it, it's been working great. But with that low spot, the employees are parked in that water. So I'd like to get 2 loads of 1-inch rock or whatever put there, which would be roughly $1,200.
North side?
On the north side, on the west. Be roughly $1,200. Put rock there.
It's better than water seeping in.
Yeah. So, because the water seeping in, we don't have any of that problem anymore. So, took care of that. And that's all I got.
Okay, planning and zoning updates.
Okay, I have one notice in it for Kirk and Linda Mays. They want to put a 35 by 8 deck onto their home and then a small garden shed together. So planning and zoning didn't see anything wrong with it. If you guys look over it. Yeah. It's
Okay.
Trying to see where it's located.
Is that, so that's that Kirk and Linda Mays?
Yes, yep.
Section 20, Township 141. South end of town. What's range 87.
All the way over on the west.
49. Oh, so their address is beautiful.
Planning and zoning said no problem.
We didn't see an issue with it, and we just did the deck and the garden shed on one together, because it's the small area that it's taking out, so.
Move to approve. Second.
Okay, we have motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
I need to sign the permit itself, and then I need everything back.
Troy and I did talk about that. The speeding on that road. Okay. This would be a Jim question too. Rob's wondering about the gravel road from Lakota, past Dago's, Schwabi's, their yards. Keep the flat people off. It's a public road, right?
Yeah, I don't know. You couldn't close it.
To your question, that would be same as Janice, where they fly on that road.
More yet, there's more of them.
You're not leaving yet? You are?
Yeah.
Okay, you gotta go.
Unfortunately, I board at 5.
Okay, I'll have to call you.
Yeah, call me.
If Mark and Kurt can stick around, that'd help.
I'll let them know.
Thanks.
Ordinance drafts and penalties and so forth.
So one comment on ordinances. I did have the North Dakota Geological Survey contact me. They want to do some test holes for coal. I wanna say it's like they're looking for coal reserves and then possibly critical minerals. They're just on state trust land stuff, and so what they were asking is do we require a permit? There's nothing in our ordinance to that effect. We did require permits for like the stratigraphic test wells for Summit, but that was a permanent structure and not a like a temporary. So they said these holes, they come in, they dig the hole, they test for it, and they fill it back in within a couple of hours. They're asking what we required. I believe Mercer County required them to get a temporary use permit. Other counties haven't required anything, so I'm just asking planning and zoning, all they said is that they need to kind of get landowner consent, but because it's on state trust lands, they're already, it's the state county.
Are they using a boring tool or are they using an excavator?
That I don't know, but they said they're smaller holes, they dig it out, they test it.
I'm gonna guess they're drilling.
I'm guessing it's a bore. Excavator wouldn't be done.
No, I'm guessing they're.
Yeah, and they didn't really give me too
Split
much.
spoon, or maybe they're doing rotary. I don't know.
How big of a hole do you think?
Again, it's not 4. Like so, when we do coal exploration like that, we're anywhere from 2 to 4.
So if you're good with it, I can tell them like, yep, it's fine. We don't require a permit because like I said, we have nothing in our ordinance that says that they have to. And it's a couple hour process. They go out, they dig the hole and they fill it back in.
It's on state land anyway.
It's on state trust land, so it's not on a private landowner's property where they have to make sure they get permission and that kind of stuff, so.
Not less pain for everyone if we don't require it.
Yeah. Okay, I can just let them know. I know he called me the other day and I didn't have an answer because we didn't have a meeting, so. And then just an update on the ordinance drafts. We were supposed to have a public hearing for the wind and the battery storage systems. The paper, I don't know what happened, but they published it the first week and then it got just forgotten about, missed, taken out, whatever, the second week. legally we can't have a hearing if we don't have the 2 weeks prior notice. So we pushed back that hearing to the end of this month for our regular meeting, and we will start working on solar and data center draft ordinances. I did email everybody a copy, so if you have had time to look it over, just so you kind of have that on your radar, but just updating it because we were supposed to do that today also, and we're so kind of glad we didn't, so. And then this last one is Patrick's.
Okay, so our county ordinance, the one that we have in place, allows us to enforce that ordinance through any legal means that we can enforce it through. We had an issue with Elite Incorporated where they had allegedly run afoul of the ordinance by not notifying our emergency manager of equipment that was not properly working, and in fact there was damage to the wind tower that resulted in a blade falling down on the ground. They did not notify us of that. I instituted criminal proceedings against them to hold them accountable for that, and during the process of that litigation, I came to learn that we are not able to enforce that portion of our ordinance because we are not a home rule county. Because we're not a home rule county, we're prohibited from enforcing any county ordinance through information, which is criminal information, criminal complaints, indictment, citation, or otherwise. So I dismissed that case. The flip side is that there are other methods through which I can force them to comply with our ordinance. One being that you or any citizen who's affected can institute a civil action against Elite or any other company that violates our ordinances in order to get them to comply. There are certain remedies that you can seek, but essentially it's fix the problem. I can't do that because I'm not the county commission, so I would need your authority to institute an action against the offending company to do that. So the first thing I wanted the county to be aware is that we are not a county home rule political subdivision, and as a result, that enforcement mechanism in our ordinance needs to be stricken. There are advantages and disadvantages to being a home rule county, that any citizen can petition the commissioners to become a home rule county, or the commissioners themselves can institute proceedings to become home rule, which would then place the issue on an upcoming election. But I wanted the county to be aware that we did attempt to enforce that, and because we're not home rule, I cannot enforce that. So my understanding as of today is that the issue with the wind tower has still not been abated. There has still never been communications to our emergency manager about the violation. And so at this point, I lack the authority to take any steps right now to do anything absent direction from the county commission.
What other benefit would be a home rule charter?
Well, there are benefits, and the benefits are it allows the county to institute ordinances that can be enforced through the criminal court, right? So in theory, we not only could have enforced this particular issue that we talked about with that company, but we could also create ordinances for things like DUI, reckless driving, any of the Class B misdemeanors that are presently can be prosecuted through the state could also be prosecuted through a county ordinance. Additionally, it allows you to levy certain taxes. It's something that would probably require some pretty significant thought beforehand. Some of the concerns that you often hear when people talk about home rule is that you have to be very careful about making sure that any ordinances that you create do not run afoul of state law, which unfortunately we've seen happen in this county with respect to some things that have come out of the Planning and Zoning Committee. And very long discussions we've had about, whether an ordinance can be put in place or not, if it runs afoul of, let's say a PSC or, over the other state regulatory committee, industrial commission, yes, thank you. And so provided that ordinances are drafted appropriately, it allows the county to exercise more autonomy. It also allows certain elected positions can be considered appointed as opposed to elected if the county so desires. Not saying that's a good or a bad thing. It's just something that is a possibility with it. But because I wasn't able to use a tool in my toolbox that I thought I was able to, I felt incumbent upon explaining to the commissioners why I was not able to do that.
So right now, the way I understand, it's all mostly bigger counties. Burley, Moore.
No, if you take a
Cass.
look, I can tell you a list of them. So
Have you ever discussed it before?
Way back. And,
Because the city had looked at it at one time.
and we thought we were better off staying away from home rule at that time, but
So
I don't know the details.
Walsh, Richland, Cass, Stutzman, Ward, Steele, Henninger, Morton, Sargent, Towner, Burley, Grand Forks, Ward, Williams. Those are the lists of counties that have primarily big counties have home rule of some sort of county. So it may not be something you want to do. It may be something you want to do. But at this point, based on my understanding, we still have a situation that's unresolved, and I lack the authority at this point to enforce it.
I know years ago we had a discussion on it, but like I say, I don't remember details, but at that time we thought best to stay away.
Yeah, I mean, some of the counties that have it too, they enact a sales tax, right? They have enough revenue to where that would make sense. Or, maybe they want to make one of the elected positions appointed. I don't know. That's beyond the scope of what I'm talking about here. Primarily, it would be to create their own enforceable ordinances through the justice system, and also to create some sort of revenue system. So if you wanted to, that would be the benefits of it. The negatives are always making sure that you have ordinances that are narrowly tailored to fit within Class B misdemeanor offenses that already exist in the state, and they would have to be substantially similar to what that is in order for us to be able to do that on a local basis. But merely because you're home rule doesn't mean you have to adopt all of the possibilities that come with home rule, but it is a big thing, and it is something that should be well thought out before just jumping into it.
Well, then we could enact a sales tax in Oliver County and probably raise 30 cents a year.
Yeah, there's that.
I think that you have to have a countywide election or vote on this.
Yeah, there's a specific procedure that needs to follow, and the ways it gets started is either the commissioners can vote to get that process started, or a citizen can petition for that to happen. I'd take absolutely no position about whether it's a good idea or not. Honestly, I'm not.
I would suggest, all I'm gonna do is that we don't do it at this time.
Yeah. Then that leaves the last thing is that we have this situation with Elite where the allegation is that there was a wind turbine that fell to the ground. They did not report it to, the allegation is it was not reported to our emergency manager, and I can't do anything about it unless you direct that proceedings be instituted to do something about that.
What would that look like? I guess I'm just trying to understand.
Well, I mean, practically speaking, a letter would be sent to them informing them of the violation, informing them of the need of corrective action and any penalties associated with it, and if they won't do it, then it would become a civil issue that we'd have to initiate a civil suit against them.
Well, what is the violation? What it's,
As I
they have
understand,
material
yeah, as I
laying
understand,
everywhere and no cleanup?
as I understand it, the allegation that came to me was, that there was a wind turbine that failed, was hanging precariously from the turbine, fell to the ground, and the ordinance that we have in place would have required the wind turbine operator to notify our emergency manager. That did not happen. So I can do nothing without authorization from the commissioners.
So we wanna authorize it?
You're setting precedents either way.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if the darn thing were fixed, I wouldn't care at this point. Because that's not true. I care, but the fact that the problem still remains is what the issue is.
And they never did call, even after your notice.
Not that we're aware of.
That's
So no, but they did exercise their constitutional right to hire a criminal defense attorney when charges were brought.
So we wouldn't be going through a lawsuit then, apparently.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I literally can take no further steps unless you authorize my office to do something about this, consistent with what I can do underneath the ordinance, which is as follows. If any structure is unlawfully constructed, developed, or used, or any land, water, or air is unlawfully developed or used in violation of the ordinance of this provision of this ordinance, the Board of County Commissioners or any affected citizen or property owner may institute any appropriate action or proceedings in order to, in addition to other remedies, to prevent erection, construction, reconstruction, alteration, repair, conversion, or maintenance or use, restrain, correct, or abate such violation, prevent the occupancy of the building, structure, or land, or prevent any illegal act, conduct, business, or use in or about such premises. No matter what we do, if you authorize me to do it, will be subject to some legal challenge, I think, on the language of the ordinance as it exists. But if you don't authorize me to do anything, we essentially have an ordinance that has no teeth.
So, a little more info now. This tower is apparently inoperable, and are they going to remove it or just leave it that way? Is the landowner out of the payment?
I don't know the answer to that. The landowner, I believe it's a trust.
Yeah, I think the last we talked about it, it was
It's held in
had it
trust by someone who's not here. I don't know. We haven't been in contact with the landowner. And so what you have is you have an objective violation of the ordinance by not informing the emergency manager. Let me just take a look at what that language is real quick that they were supposed to do here. So
I think if they're just going to leave that piece of junk on the property, we need to authorize it.
Well, I think if I heard, they're moving a crane in to fix another one or two.
They have had, from my understanding, because we've gotten load pass permits for cranes and equipment down in that area, they have been replacing blades and other components on different turbines within the Bison Wind project. But the last that I heard, that this particular turbine that was reported on with the blade that's hanging and it fell off, has not been touched.
yeah, this is a clear violation. This allegation is a clear violation of public safety standards, which is set forth within our ordinance. And when this occurred, the operator was under an obligation under our ordinance to within 24 hours inform our emergency manager of this. And there's potential defenses that they might raise if some action were to be taken, but the fact of the matter is that, I can't do anything unless you want me.
I would assume if they got the crane there, they're probably gonna fix it down the road, being that's the furthest north one there.
I would sure think they're.
But on another note, back in the day before I was commissioner, we visited with them a couple times and got very generous donations from them. Maybe it's time for a road trip.
I think that would be a good idea.
Where is it? There's
New Salem, where we met.
New Salem?
Yep, several years ago.
Yeah, it was a bit perplexing.
I like that idea.
Yeah.
That we go visit and see what are their intentions before we do anything else.
I have no problem with that. I just need you to make me aware that moving forward, any violations of this ordinance, you guys are going to be the ones, either you or a citizen is going to be the ones who will initiate actions.
What do you think, Rob?
What's it? Yeah, all we have to do is inform the paper and post it, and we can all three go. We can take Kenny along and take Jim along.
You might wanna take me along.
And
Just saying.
however you want to do it. I know I wasn't a commissioner back then, so the couple of visits we had, we did very well off of it. So maybe we can get it resolved without.
They've been good. Yeah, we haven't had any problem.
Yeah, without any legal, so.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay. We'll table all this till we do a visitation. Okay.
Can I bring something up? Like this was to do with Kenny. I was contacted last week about the dirt pile up at the fairgrounds. Back in the day when the county hauled all that sand in to redo it, some of it got left there in case we needed it. And then when we poured all the cement for the bleachers, we had some dirt hauled up there to fill in and make it level. Well, the dirt pile is now growing a lot of weeds, and it's really restricting the parking up there. So the question was, would the county be interested in hauling it out? I don't know if you have a place to store it or what we do, but we have had people in the community asking if we have dirt. To have sand mixed in now, because it's all been pushed in one pile.
Or we can use it as fill dirt, for a culvert project.
And he said, what about 5 loads maybe?
Yeah, I suppose, tandem loads.
So I guess they were just wondering what Kenny thought and what I thought. I think
So
this is
you'd be
something.
willing to find a place for it and haul it?
Yep.
Take care of it.
Hey.
Thanks.
Okay, we need to discuss rabies vaccines.
No, we did that already. That was right at the
It's all
beginning.
taken care of, I thought maybe more the shirt.
She was just gonna talk to him. Yeah.
Okay, we're done with that. What were you doing? I guess we're not gonna discuss that, so we're. Sure.
You don't want to know. Regulation.
Youth Works agreement.
Everybody should have gotten a copy of that in your folder.
Youth Works is going up, what is it, 500?
So it's going up.
We were at 1,700 and now they're asking 1,820, so like $120.
Oh, 120.
Okay.
Or 1,802.
What does it do for the people of the county?
Okay, well, anytime that we have to house a juvenile that has been, that we have, charged with something, if we didn't have it, it's saved us a lot of money, I guess, over the years. If we have to have a juvenile placed in that detention for even 2 days, we're over $1,800 right there.
Well, I think this one is separate from that one, because we did the one last one on the correctional center, where yes, if we took one to the correctional center, it would cost us a lot. Now they have a flat fee. This one is for, they can't be placed in the correctional center. It goes into like their youth shelter that they have in Bismarck.
Yeah, it's for like runaway
For-
kids or other situations where it's not a criminal offense, or we can't get them into YCC, but otherwise you don't know where else to house them. So,
So it would only cost us, it would cost us 1,800 and two, okay.
And that's a yearly, that's just a flat rate for the year. We pay
It's like a
that.
pretty good insurance policy, what that is, an individual cost. It's, we should have,
I
you
think so.
recommend it?
it's not a huge increase, I think it's $102.
Yeah.
And that's regardless of the amount of youth that may get placed in there from the county. It's just a flat amount.
And over the years, just in my experience, it just seems to go, you may go about a year without using it at all, and the next year you might have 4 or 5.
So we have used it.
Yeah.
I think.
Move to approve. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
And I think this is the one that they send you an email to DocuSign. So if you need,
Okay.
they'll let me know when they send it, so that way I can keep in touch with you to make sure it didn't go to your junk mail or anything like that, so.
City, county, police service agreement discussion.
I guess I'm really not sure what they want to do. I don't think anything has changed from what we agreed on with it. In the first place, I think they were concerned about their price going up, I guess, if we were to add another officer, I guess. Isn't that what you were to the understanding of?
Yeah, Jaden is.
Well, we had talked about this at one of our special meetings, about the cost to the city. Currently, the agreement stands that there is a flat dollar amount that every September 1st until 27, that goes up by 1%. So on September 1st of this year, it will increase by 4%, the amount that they pay us. It is regardless of hours spent or anything, it's just a flat dollar amount, and essentially I think the talk was that it would cover the cost of at least one deputy at the time. And at our last meeting where we were discussing 4-man, 5-man, what are we doing? This was brought into discussion because I know it was recommended that we talk to the city, have a discussion before we would increase potentially to a 5-man department, because it could affect negotiations with them in the future as far as costs. Which is why I placed this on here so that we can have a discussion, because I know there was some confusion, we needed clarification on what exactly we are doing with the sheriff's department.
Keep them in the loop.
So,
We're tied into that 3% to
September-
4% to 5%.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the agreement's up for renegotiation in a couple of years. The landscape will be different in a couple of years than it is now, it always is.
And we have 2 years left on the initial contract that we agreed to, but can be opened at
I think
any time.
I think the request was made by the city council probably 2 years ago that we have somewhat regular, joint discussions on how things are going, and then talk about the agreement and what it will look like in the future. So I would think that we could potentially discuss having a joint meeting with them.
Once a year.
Well, at least once a year, I would say, and then we can discuss with them what you as a commission and the sheriff's department is thinking as far as moving from a 4-man to a 5-man department, because with this agreement, yes, they do pay us, but I guess I don't know that it says that we can't increase, but
It doesn't say we can't increase, it's just that, the cost of an additional officer would be borne by the county. and the additional cost of an additional officer would be borne by the county. That's not to say that we don't need another officer. I think that we do.
Yeah, I think at that discussion, it was all thought by everybody, maybe we should meet twice a year, should meet every 6 months and then try again, because it's been a year and we didn't meet. So.
Yeah. And I mean, if you as a commission would like me to reach out to the city auditor to try to facilitate a joint meeting before the end of the year, you can certainly do that. I mean, kind of coordinate schedules and see how that would work or look, but.
I think we should.
Okay.
And have the sheriff's department involved.
Sometime toward the end of the year.
Towards the end of the year, I can make that work.
December 32nd.
Okay.
So I think one thing that we should discuss is at the last meeting, so there was some people that believed that we had approved the hiring of a 5th deputy. That's sort of kind of what I thought too, and then we had this conversation. And so now we're kind of still in that same boat with respect to there's a need for a 5th deputy. I'll let the sheriff's department explain why that's the case. But there is a need, I think, objectively for it. And I'll leave it.
Well, like you said, the need for it is that we're just gonna have more construction, more people in the area, coming up within the next year.
I think you're wrong in that. I don't think we are going to.
I'm pretty sure.
Where you think we're going to be?
I'm pretty sure that other counties of our size have gone to 5-man.
Yeah, recently I believe Sheridan and Grant have.
Yeah, and we prosecute.
Roughly in our tax base.
This year we're going to prosecute significantly more than both. That's just a fact.
Where do you expect the extra people to come?
Well, one thing would be Minnesota Power will be starting this fall.
Yeah, we're starting with a small crew. Sorry, Kyle Larson of Minnesota Power. Just east of town. This fall we'll only have about 12 other people coming in just for our dirt work, but starting next spring there'll be 35, 50 people working on site somewhere in there.
You know where that is, right?
Yeah, straight north of the coal plant now, in Vancouver. 1 mile north there. Or east, excuse me. Excuse me?
Oh, I was saying, I was also told by the Highway Patrol that there's a bridge being taken out on Highway 31, or on Highway 49, that would increase our traffic on Highway 31. So.
Over and above that, I mean, I wrote up a proposal letter and delivered to each one of you. I mean, I guess we still have those factors too. It's just it's a manning issue as far as. I understand that we're a rural county and it's a small town, but the residents of the county should expect 24/7 coverage, just whether or not you live in Oliver County or you live in Cass County, whether you live in Center or you live in Bismarck. You should expect the same level of law enforcement. Where what we run into is this summer's been a prime example. We're down one guy. We all three worked a lot of extra hours, and we're going to be getting somebody on board here, come September. But that's, one surgery, one medical leave, one extended vacation away from putting us back on the same schedule. And that not only affects our work schedules, but also affects the coverage that we're able to provide.
It also affects the ability to investigate cases that are open. I mean, like I said, I pointed out to you guys when we had a discussion about the caseload that my office has generated. We are over 30 cases already this year, and we're barely more than halfway through the year. That's a significant increase. It's way more than any of the other small counties. So, that those things require follow-up, they require investigation. You know, and so.
One thing we need to look at, we have to look at is the budget. That's the big thing.
Well, one of the things that we've been working on, well, Jim's
I
been
understand
working
there
on.
might be a grant or two there.
There's a
for 2
possibility.
years there.
We won't know anything about that till mid-September. That, I believe the awards date is
You'll find out,
right.
Yeah, in September,
You
yeah.
know,
Yeah.
I guess I hadn't really brought it up prior, one, because I think it's important that we do this, and two, grants are never a sure thing.
That's right.
I mean, yeah, I have high hopes that we will get that grant. I don't see why we wouldn't, but
Yeah.
Not guaranteed.
it's not a guarantee. You know, then we're actually we have, I don't know if it puts a different spin on it or not, but we're actually having the opportunity right now where we're under the impression that we had it, so HR did advertise for that position.
Yeah.
And we had an applicant like that doesn't come along very often. You know, he's got at least 15 years of experience. I've worked with him in the past. And he wants to move to the county. So.
Oh, that's, I know what you, I hear what you're saying.
You know,
I mean, if the grant would go through, I mean, that would pay you 3 years, right?
yeah, I forget the exact
Yeah,
number.
I was actually hired on that same grant 30 years ago.
Right. I think it's $130,000 a year for 3 years, with the stipulation that you have to retain
That's
the
what they got
employee.
back then.
Yeah. What's that?
They paid you 130 back then, 30 years ago?
No, I don't think they get quite that
Very
much,
close to
but
that even.
I think if you get that grant, it's definitely something we gotta look at.
Yeah, grant, that would be, yeah.
Now, as far as this person, is he in a hurry or what's?
Actually, I think we have a little bit of time.
a little bit of time. I think he called me the other day and was inquiring about where we were at with it, and I think he indicated he'd like to make the move before the first year if possible.
Personally, if we get the grant, I'd be totally in favor of it too.
September, you're thinking?
That's the last I heard was like mid-September. I think they're supposed to do the awards on that grant.
Well, it's all positive if that happens. Yeah. And you have applied for it? Grant?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe the paperwork was done back in late June.
Sheriff Deputy CC Limit, what's that?
Credit card.
That's a credit card.
So the other day, I think it was Jim, his card was being declined because he had reached his limit. And I was under the impression that their limits were at 5,000 because that is what we put Bryce at. And I think that came because we had gotten a card for Kenny and that was at 5,000. So, what I need from you is approval to increase everybody to 5,000. But our max limit total for all of our credit cards in the county is 25,000. And in order to get every officer at 5,000, we would have to request that the bank increases it from 25 to 30,000, which goes through it's a whole process. It's not just like, hey, raise our limit. We need to ask permission for the bank to allow us to increase that. They told me that they could, put it at the limit at 4,000 rather than 5 for each of them, if that is acceptable. I mean, I'm gonna look at you guys to let me know what is a limit or an amount that you.
Well, I guess it's not very often, I guess, that we're gonna reach 5,000.
But
if you are, going out of county, filling gas, hauling, whatever, it could, the cost itself could increase and, I'd rather you not be at the gas pump with a declined card.
So do we need a motion?
Let's not do this again.
I do need a motion to increase, and if you would like, we can do, at least for now, do the 4,000 and see if they are willing to give us the bump up in limit total of 30,000, because that includes Kenny's, all of the deputies, and the county's credit card that
So
we
when you
have.
say 4,000 per card? Because there's already
4,000 per
approved a
card
couple for
for
five.
the sheriffs.
Oh.
But Bryce is currently at 5,000 because,
So why wouldn't we make them all 5?
and that's fine, we can do that, but that is where we have to increase the total to 30.
Hey,
I was told they don't see an issue with it, but it has to go through the whole process and it goes to
I'll
Deb.
make the motion that we bump up to 5,000 for all the sheriff's department employees.
And then the 30,000 total.
County employees.
County credit cards,
Okay.
county credit cards.
Just the sheriff's department, not the county. The one that Laura maintains for us is 2,000. That's the most we really need for that. So okay.
That's my motion then.
With the 30,000 total limit,
Yes.
correct? Okay.
You second that, Rob? Okay. Okay, motion second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye.
Thank you. And we'll get that information to the
Vehicle update donation from BNI.
Yeah, we got a letter from BNI. I actually received the check, what was that, a week ago? They donated $5,000 for just the equipment for inside the vehicle. So,
Generous donation.
yeah, so that was good news.
That's good news.
Appreciate that.
So your car, you're gonna give one of them a ride?
Sure, we can arrange for that.
in the back seat, right?
Yep.
Not to maybe spoil the lead.
You volunteer?
You'll probably be seeing another $5,000 donation as well.
What?
I said that you'll likely see another $5,000 donation
Okay.
as well.
That's awesome.
Perfect, thank
I
you.
won't say who that one's coming from, but you can maybe guess.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And the vehicles are being outfitted, right?
Yes, I shipped off I had to ship them the radios, the printers, that's why my credit card went over.
Yeah.
And, the modems and a couple of items. I shipped them to them, so they're at that point of build right now. I think they're still saying end of October-ish for delivery. So
So do they deliver them or you?
they deliver them right to the lot. Supposedly a turnkey deal, they should be ready to go as soon as they get here. So.
Election updates.
If you guys want to, if you guys want to table this discussion for the next meeting, we certainly can,
Okay.
because it's talking about.
Tables, okay.
joint powers.
Twist your arm on
I'm good with that, that'll take me a little bit to.
Okay, root oil and gas, key cards.
Gus and Sharon brought me a letter after the last meeting, this is the purchase cards for the fuel tanks down there. They have now set up that system where we can get cards for the county to fill. I know Rob, you were working on this with them, so I'm gonna kinda let you
It's
explain.
about 4 or 5 months ago, Yeah, all it is, you buy gas or whatever's on the pump, they just, the road tax. The non-applicable road tax, we still pay part of it. It says ambulance.
They had a typo there. It's for us. They did a blanket letter for everybody that could utilize it, so.
Fire, ambulance, I think NRCS was on.
Probably.
This is just for our info then, we don't take any action on this.
The only action we would maybe take is if we would agree to do that with them, if we want to do the P card. We have to actually approve us doing P cards with
Oh, we
them.
do. We
Yeah.
do need a
We
motion.
do need to have approval to get signed up for those, because this would not replace the credit cards that that Kenny has or that the sheriff's department has. But this is where they would use this to fill fuel
At center only,
in center only, but
Stanton, maybe, I'm not sure.
I'll
ask us.
But it would be for here use only, so if they are transporting out of the county, if Kenny's down in Bismarck and has to fill, the credit card still stands there. But this is for, it would save us a little bit on tax and.
That's it.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to go with the.
Second, motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. October meeting date change.
So this ties in with the second thing underneath there. Allison was here and talked about the WDEA annual meeting, which is scheduled for the 8th and 9th of October. Our commission meeting is scheduled for October 9th. So my question to you is, if you are wanting to go, because I believe it's a very good conference to go to, I would like to go. If we could move the meeting to possibly October 7th, which is that Tuesday before, or maybe the week prior on a Thursday. I'm
Going
looking
back
at
a
it.
few months ago, we could have went all Tuesdays.
Well, yeah, that's kind of where it's
Go to the 7th.
the 7th.
Yep, I'm good with that.
Okay. And then
And the
on,
other part of that was, could we start the meeting earlier in the day if we go to the 7th, like 8 o'clock in the morning? Because we will be going to Watford City that afternoon.
oh, that's only a 2.5 hour drive. It's fine.
It don't matter to me.
It does not matter to me. I haven't seen the schedule yet. She has not released the schedule for that annual meeting. So when it starts would be kind of our
Yeah, but
figure out. I would say some
She
people
said
do come
there's a lot,
the night
I think
before.
it'll be a full day.
Yeah. And that would be my next question is, do you want to attend? If so, I can get everybody signed up when registration's open. But 8, I'm fine with 8 o'clock or 9. Maybe not right at 8 o'clock.
I'd prefer to go the week before on the 2nd.
On the 2nd? Oh, we can't do the 2nd. We won't have anything. Bills, apportionment, nothing like that on the 2nd.
Well, that'd be good, we save money.
Yeah.
Not quite.
So what time on the 7th?
I'm good 8 or 9. Rob will be done combining.
Haven't started yet. To me, it doesn't make any difference. I just, because I'll probably be calling him.
When are we gonna have a meeting at Manchac? We should have a commissioners meeting down there.
So it's down here.
Should we leave it at 9? You wanna go 9?
I will do whatever you guys, whatever. It's fine. I can do 8 o'clock. I just would prefer 9.
Yep, I'm doing 9.
Okay, 9 o'clock
On the 7th?
On the 7th.
on the 7th. Okay, perfect, awesome. Do you want to attend WDEA?
So, do you go up the night before, or do you?
You can, depending on the schedule. If they don't start until later on, you can leave that morning. But if they start right away in the morning, it's recommended.
Well, I'd like to go for a learning experience.
Okay. The second day is usually only like half a day. It's that first one that's kind of the fuller schedule, usually.
Yeah.
I would say. At least by 2 o'clock, you're done on the second day.
Austin did mention they have a full schedule this year.
Yes. She may, I don't know, she may pull the rug out from underneath us and change the whole thing. That's okay. So Dave, you wanna go? Lee is gonna go.
Yep.
If everybody is okay with it, I would also like to attend.
I'm not committing yet.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
County auditor, treasurer, server backup quote.
There's an email quote from our IT. I had asked the question like a couple of months ago, what we have as options for backup for our server, because currently all of our files on our computers, mine, Linda's, Laura's, and Brenda's, are saved onto a server that is located in the vault. Should a natural disaster happen, a tornado, a fire, a whatever, we lose everything. We have no cloud backup, there's no offsite backup. I talked to our IT guy about it, and he said, you absolutely need to do this. They just started moving other counties that have our software system that he works with onto this. It's great. I need approval because if we lose everything, we're just dead in the
I
water.
thought we approved.
Oh, we did.
Approved that a couple months ago.
No. This is the ARCA search. ARCA search is what you approved a couple months ago. That was the minutes, specifically commission minutes. That is only our minutes. This is for everything that I do in my office, everything that happens in the treasurer's office, all of our files, everything that you guys get. It's not the minutes. The price here is a $1,400 one-time fee and a yearly fee of $150. So.
Backed up, we're gonna need it.
I mean, if we have a tornado.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
With the weather this year, it's kind of one of those, I had to start thinking about it, so,
Motion.
okay.
Motion and a second.
Okay, we have motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, I appreciate it, because you looked at me like I was nuts, because I'm like, this is.
Audit report handout.
You guys should have gotten a copy of the audit report. We passed with flying colors, other than because I'm not a certified CPA, I'm not allowed to make financial statements up to their snuff. So that is the only ding we got. Otherwise, everything that they went through and the questions and emails and phone calls after they were here for the 2 days, we passed.
I recommend Rob read it and get back to us. I've read that before.
Okay, we passed, good.
Yes.
You did a good job. Okay, opioid settlement discussion.
And I'm pretty sure I also included that letter in your guys' packets. You should have them too, Patrick. So, we have entered into these before. We get money for these national opioid settlements that happen. This is a new one. They're basically saying they want to know by September 30th if we are just going to settle and get payment or if we're going to join the lawsuit. That money, I think last year we had discussed it, that money went to Western Plains Public Health to implement those programs that are allowable, because there is a tiny amount of things that we can use that money for, and it's nothing that we as the county could implement technically. So this is just us able to get more money to help fund
What's
those
more, how
programs.
much?
I don't know.
No idea?
I don't think they put anything like that in there, because typically with the other settlements that we've gotten, I get an email maybe a week prior to us getting a payment saying this is how much money you get.
So they want us to agree to a settlement without knowing how much we're agreeing to?
Well, yeah, this is kind of one of those, if you have been injured by whatever, please join this lawsuit. The deadline is the end of September, so.
Can we table it?
I don't see why not. We have until the September meeting, and I guess if you wanna, we've done them, like I said, we've entered into them before. It was just you're gonna get money for this. We get the checks, we're getting 5 in the next week, I think. So, but yeah, we can table it, that's fine.
And the IRN discussion, Mickey McNulty,
She did say we could table that till next month also. So.
for power to the court auction.
This was talked about, Kenny brought it up to me yesterday. I got the updated bid, $18.68
The power to that little shed where that tractor is.
The last discussion that we had, there was no action taken on it. Keith didn't have the quote, it got left on my desk, and we just didn't decide. I contacted Ryan for an updated amount. He said it's $1,868 because the cost of wire has increased.
Yep.
So.
Well, right now we have a cord running over there, which isn't good, so I think we need to.
That's a liability and would strongly
I didn't say
suggest
that, so I'll make a
I
motion.
didn't hear it.
We wire.
I didn't hear it as long as it's fixed by next
I
week.
make a motion, we accept that quote and get it done.
Okay.
Second.
The cord's actually rolled up right now, it's not winter time yet.
See, he's got my
Hi,
back.
you guys.
Okay,
giving me a heart
motion
attack.
second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good. PSC handout letter.
I got letters from the PSC basically saying that they approved 2 things for BNI, the BNCR 9401 and the BNCR 9702, basically saying that you guys can continue mining. Right?
Yeah, so our permits, we will occasionally go in and make revisions to our permit, but our permits still are on 5-year terms, so every 5 years we have to renew those, and it's a revision that renews those. So those were 2 of our permits. The 9702 is the one that's this west mine area where this drag line is out just west of center by the road, and 9401 is a really small permit that we hold that's right next to the power plant. So both of those were renewed for another 5 years.
Okay, everybody has the second page of the agenda?
Hey
Lee, can I steal like 2 minutes of your guys' time? Yeah. So Kyle Larson of Minnesota Power. I just wanted you guys to know that we're going to be starting mobilizing some equipment in to the site just east of town. We started doing, it's on the old Price property that we talked about earlier. We're going to start mobilizing in some equipment this week. We'll start some dirt work the week of the 18th. So, and it'll be about anywhere from 9 to 12 people on site. I've talked to Dave on it. Here's some. We are ensuring that they're telling the contractor to work with load pass, all of that. It's Hewlin Brothers is the company name. They're a Minnesota-based company, but they have another division outside of Fargo that's doing the flood diversion right now. And then they're using Knife River for all of their aggregate and all the hauling local. So,
are you building a road?
Road's already in. We will be putting access in off of the county road. So right this fall, all we're doing is about 8 to 9 weeks of work. We're stripping topsoil, and then leveling the site. We're moving about 300,000 yards of dirt there. So,
DOT is all.
So far, yep, everybody
you
is.
said you have the landowners all.
Yep, we're the landowner there.
How long is the project?
Excuse me?
How long is the project?
This portion of the project is just 8 to 9 weeks, but the entire project will complete around 2029. Next year is when the major build starts, Patrick.
Okay, we'll probably need a road use agreement.
Well, they're building their own road on a quarter section line, so they want to be.
Oh, that's a different project.
County road.
Sorry.
Oh.
That's for a different substation that we'd have. We did submit that road use agreement with the original permits that we had. Approved and.
I will take a look.
You say so.
Yeah.
That's what I remember. If we gotta do something, we'll get it done. But the only other thing, water's coming out of Nelson Lake, working with Minnesota on that. So.
Putting in a batch plant there?
No batch plant, no. So it'll all be hauled in, when all those contracts and permits are done. And it'll be, what the site is that old DC converter station that is right down, kind of on Nelson Lake, that was built in like 75, had a roughly 30-year lifespan. And that is what's being upgraded and replaced right now. So we didn't have the real estate to do it right there. And we got to keep the line in service. And we're building a new one and then be cutting into that DC line there.
And Kyle also mentioned having a meeting with us and law enforcement, road, everybody, so get to know their contractors, upper people, and all them. So
right.
That's something we worked on this fall.
As everybody's assigned to it here, it probably won't happen by the 18th, but once they're on site, I'd like to get together with whichever one of you guys from the county and Kenny and Sheriff's Department. Just have kind of an informal meeting. We can have it on site. We can have it here. We can have it at the bar if you want. It doesn't matter to me, but I'd just like to get you guys the local contact numbers of people doing the work, and just go through our work plan a little bit and then get your guys' expectations out on the table so we can meet them. And if you guys got a problem or if you hear of anything, you can call us directly versus trying to hunt and find someone to talk to. This will be around for, like I said, as we mentioned, for construction for 3 years. That's all. Unless you guys have questions. Yeah, wow. And there will be more people, and we'll have to just make sure we keep up with you guys because whether it happens on the job site or as they're leaving or in town at night, we kind of like to keep pretty tight rope on working around here.
Well, I think going back to several months ago, October meeting, did you say over a 3-year period about 300 truckloads over time?
Yeah, there'll be a lot of material we're adding over that entire site, which will be about 30 acres of clear ground, about 18 inches of class 5 just on that, and then there'll be rock with an additional 3 to 4 inches. So we'll be working to upgrade that road as well as some heavy loads and everything else, and that'll be a separate process. But I think we'll get to know Kenny real well during this whole thing. So. Other business we're still working for easements, so we'll address that for that other station that we're doing on the old Vaguely property there.
That's still looking to go in the spring then?
Yeah. Yep, springtime there is, we're getting close on easement, so.
Okay.
I misinterpreted some legal paperwork, so they're getting a lot bigger payment than what we initially told them, so now they're smiling, so. I have to remember that for a tactic going forward.
Well, you said
I
that,
just forwarded you it was within the building permit that got approved last year, so.
Yeah, October and then October last year we came back in
that's already been executed.
May-ish.
I'm gonna have to look at that one.
We did
may
sign
have to-
in some paperwork or payment in, but
Yeah, you paid for the building permit and the conditional use permit, but the road use agreement is like separate, it doesn't, there's no money involved with that, but it's a separate agreement, so.
yeah.
If it's been signed, let me know. If not,
I'll look, yeah, I'll double check what I have in the file itself. And I think because it was included in the building and conditional use permit, it just kinda got
Accepted.
lumped in there.
Yeah, myself or Dan McCourtney, who's been here numerous times, gotta do anything, we'll just
I
take
will-
care of it.
I
I'll
will
be
reach
clear.
out.
And is Knife River bringing that from Lyman's?
I believe that's a fit, it's only 7-8 miles
Yeah,
away, they've been
okay.
crushing and
So-
processing material.
Yeah.
One kind of weird thing is we have to have an inspector for the state on site for environmental and everything else, and they gotta monitor topsoil, you guys try to do the same thing also.
Yeah.
That'll be done the first couple weeks. But anyway, thank you guys for your time. If you got anything, I'm gonna be in town, weekly for the next 8-9 weeks for sure, and following after that. Dave's got my number, Jason's got my number.
I will follow up with you on that RUA.
Yep.
Patrick and.
Okay, we appreciate the info.
Yeah. Thank you guys for a good meeting here too.
Perfect.
So last minute, the comprehensive plan survey is up and running, so
I did mine online.
if you wanna take it, great. If you live in the town.
I'll do that.
You do. You do.
So does Jim, where's his?
I got one.
I keep on
Make him do
your-
another one.
Nice job, Jaden.
I did not do those.
It's like, look at how nice that was.
Well, where's my new ones? No, the decal.
Oh, Patrick, we were gonna have one more question after basketball.
What's that?
I have an element question before you run off.
Oh, sure. Are we done?
I mean, Lee, unless you wanna keep us here, you might wanna
You wanna adjourn the meeting?
Mhm.
No, we're done.
Yeah.
Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
I honestly couldn't tell you.